Hello! Hello! Hope you all enjoyed the classic nostalgic Pro Tour intro. What's up? Welcome to my first ever live stream on this channel, at least. There was an unbelievable demand to watch some games of Magic. So today we're going to do that. We're going to watch two matches of Magic only from this Pro Tour, a semi-final and a final. But it's going to be quite a lot of Magic. These are not short games, as I alluded to in my Guillaume Wafo-Tapa video. If you're new here, welcome. My name is Time. I was in the League of Legends scene for a very long time as a shoutcaster. I now make content on lots of things, including League, but also on Magic the Gathering, a game I've played even longer than League of Legends, if you can believe. I run a little YouTube channel called Hungry on Plane. If you're seeing this, that's where you're watching this. So welcome if you're new, and welcome back if you're not. And like I said, I released a video this week about Guillaume Wafo-Tapa. People really wanted to see some games from the Pro Tour, so I decided I'd watch them. I'm glad everything's working. My goodness, let me tell you, it's been a while since I figured out a live stream, but we did it. Hello, hello. Yeah, look, I don't want to point out exactly what happened, but there may have been an operator error on us setting up the stream. So, you know, it happens, it happens. Feel free to ask questions, feel free to make comments. I'll do my best to explain things as they happen, but there's a lot to cover. And I think for me, the ideal experience for something like this is I want to, like, if anyone's ever familiar with like League of Legends co-streams, that's kind of one of my goals for Magic, is to like bring people into the game, show them how to watch the Pro Tour, maybe if you're newer to competitive Magic, point out things that happen. Obviously today, we're doing a very old Pro Tour, but it would be cool to do some newer Pro Tours as well. Hey Jack, thanks for saying my videos are amazing. I super appreciate it. I have been very impressed with just how many people have enjoyed the videos, and I've really enjoyed making them, and I'll certainly make more. This is the kind of thing where I get to maybe make more videos, which is nice. So yeah, like I said, we have a semi-final and a final to go through. So before we get there, let me just kind of set the scene. So today we're going to watch some vintage Control on Control. And if you haven't watched a lot of Control on Control, it's different. Randy in this very Pro Tour says it's an acquired taste, which I agree with. I think Control on Control is an acquired taste. I'm someone that loves both watching and playing Control on Control. I've played a lot of different Control on Control matches in my lifetime. And I've certainly watched even more than that. I've seen this particular Pro Tour Top 8 5 times, maybe, before rewatching it for this video. I don't think Control on Control is boring, Hamlet. I think Control on Control is really sick, but different things matter. So the things that matter, I'll kind of talk about the high-level stuff. First of all, lands are a big deal, especially in this era of Magic. Generally, the idea in Control on Control is if you have more resources than your opponent, you can do more stuff. And if you can do more stuff than your opponent, you can generally force through the spells that matter. There typically aren't very many spells that matter in Control on Control, but the ones that matter tend to matter a lot. And that's very true in this matchup, especially both the semis and the finals. There is one particular card we'll talk about a lot that is a huge deal in Control on Control. Basically breaks Control in half. So we'll talk a lot about Teferi, Mage of Zhalfir. It's probably one of the most important cards in the matchup, certainly. Oh, thanks, Levi. Audio, yeah, I'm adjusting live as we go. I have quite a loud voice. That should be a bit better, looking like we're in a better zone there. Yeah, I have quite a loud voice. I was a broadcaster for 10 years, so yeah, I can be kind of loud. I know I keep it more chill for the videos in general, try and keep it a little more cozy. Yeah, Olipod, that's kind of right. One of the reasons Land Control is so good is that it made it so that you had all the resources and they had none. Land Control definitely is a different thing. It like did control the game in a way, but Lantern utilized a different pillar of Magic. We actually don't talk about that much, but we probably should. I think it's the most powerful archetype in Magic, Prison, but we don't really have time to dive super deep into that. Yes, Simon, it is the same Pro Tour as the video. So we're going to go through the Yokohama semifinals and finals. Wafo-Tapa's games only. I'm not going through all the games. So yeah, Control on Control, land really matters. If you can make your land drops and get more resources, you can resolve more key spells typically. You have more mana for counter spells, you have more mana for the spells that matter. And typically you're trying to get to a point where you are outmuscling your opponent at a key point in the game. So that matters a lot in this matchup. One of the things that's interesting is that, and we'll talk about them a ton, there is a specific set of lands released in this block that makes this idea of playing for a big burst of resources way easier. And there is storage lands I will talk about probably ad nauseum in this live stream because they are so important to how these matches play out. If you think that like, oh, I have 10 lands, my opponent has 8, if you think that is a resource advantage you can actually leverage, wait till you see what a storage land can do when you have 10 counters on it. You can do some ridiculous things. And in terms of like resource advantage, storage lands basically trade your time for mana, and that's really integral in a control mirror where a lot of time passes and you need a lot of mana, but you can only make 1 land drop a turn. So being able to invest in 1, 2, 3, 4 storage lands in times where your opponents aren't really doing very much anyway, in a time where you want to be just like doing nothing and playing lands and saying go, storage lands make a huge difference. And they're one of the cool things about this matchup. The other thing is that this matchup can be played basically purely on the stack. Between Teferi and Mystical Teachings, like, you can do some disgusting things at instant speed. And these games will care about that a lot. Both the semis and the finals will care a lot about when your windows are to use your mana to try and sneak spells in, because the general thought in Control and Control is that you want to play a spell in the end step that doesn't matter as much as the other spell in your hand, pick a fight over that spell, and then untap and play the spell that actually matters. That's generally how we think about Control and Control in terms of getting an advantage. Because if you think about it, resources are the most important thing. If you both use all of your resources, but you use your resources on their end step, you get to untap next, and then you can actually do the thing you want to do. So that's like the general way to think about Control and Control as far as who gets an advantage. This one's even weirder because lands are super important, and there's a land that can win you the game. If you're familiar with like Magic's history at all, lands that turn into creatures or create creatures are typically very powerful in these matchups because lands can't be countered. You can't counter land drops. And if you're able to generate an advantage without actually committing any cards or too many resources, you will eventually force your opponent to do something. And if you can force your opponent to do something, you can typically make them pick a fight they don't want to pick, and then actually, again, resolve the spells that matter. So really fascinating stuff. We're going to start soon because again, these games are very long. As a warning, the coverage is from 2007, so the video quality is not the best. And the other thing about this top 8 is that they played all the games simultaneously back in the day. It's not like today where they play every matchup individually. So we're going to miss some of game 1 because they just cut away and go to the other semifinal and then come back. But that's just how it used to be back in the day. Thanks, Calming Long. Certainly love the content. Stardust was surprised to find out that one of my favorite casts is behind your favorite YouTube channel. I'm glad I'm both of those things. That's really nice. Thank you so much. Yes, Cursor, this is a stream covering the top 8 games there wasn't time for in the recent Control video. If, by the way, you can't catch the entire stream, I will be making this, I will be both posting this in full so people have access to the whole stream, but I will also be posting it like edited down into like a YouTube video. So there will be coverage of the games in both very long and much shorter form. So if for whatever reason you have to dip out, don't worry, you'll be able to watch the rest of this later. Or if you prefer the shorter videos and like something a little bit more curated, you'll get that experience too. So you don't have to worry about all that. Alrighty, let us talk about Control and Control.
Hello and welcome to the Pro Tour Yokohama Semifinal.
Yes, thank you, Randy.
I'm Randy Bueller. I'm here with Brian David Marshall.
We'll keep the casters in the background a little.
Semifinal matchup between two constructed superstars.
Yeah, the lands in this format are really good for Control. Okay, so let's actually talk a little bit of the players first, because not everyone has been watching Magic since, I don't know, 2005 or whatever. So, man on the screen right now, this is Guillaume Wafo-Tapa. Spoiler alert, he wins this Pro Tour. We'll watch him play the games where he wins, at least most of them. This was the person that the video is about. He's a Hall of Famer. He is, in my opinion, the best Control player to ever play on the Pro Tour. Absolutely incredible deck builder, incredible player, so good at playing these types of decks. His opponent is no slouch. This is Guillaume Wafo-Tapa's first top 8, by the way. This is not Mark Hoberholtz's first top 8. In fact, Mark Hoberholtz won a Pro Tour within the last year in this era. So, yeah, Mark's real good. Really, really good. Winner of Pro Tour Honolulu in 2006, I believe, which is a pretty famous Pro Tour we'll talk about later. It's funny, actually. I think Hoberholtz has the honor of, like, being the least exciting thing about the Pro Tour that he won. both Antoine's shenanigans and the Owling Mine deck in general, and a different matchup we'll talk about later in another video. Probably this year, I'm hoping, but we'll see. Yeah, those are both more important, not more important, they're both more interesting stories than Heezy crushing everyone with Gruul in Honolulu. So Marco Watts is trying to win another Pro Tour. He's really good in this era. He's like maybe the best American player, which is definitely an honor you want, especially in the early 2000s when America didn't do quite so good. Also, yes, fun fact from JH, Heezy was on The Price is Right. I have that footage. Maybe we'll watch it at the end of the stream, but I have the Marco Bolt's Price is Right footage. Someone posted a YouTube video a very long time ago. I happen to have the footage up. I think you can still find it on the internet, but yeah, it is unfortunate that Mark winning is the least interesting part about that Pro Tour. But he's really good, and he's playing. Actually, we'll pull up his deck real quick. He's playing. They're both playing basically the same deck. There are key differences here, but they're both basically playing the same deck. You know Guillaume's deck if you've seen the video. We'll pull it up at another point, I'm sure. But we'll pull up Mark's deck because it kind of shows you most of the stuff you need to know anyway. Where is it? Where is Mark Hoboltz's deck? Here we go. Sorry, I have so many deck lists in this folder from this tournament. Where is it? Did I not? Is this like the only one I didn't grab? I have Wafo-Tapa's deck. What the? Alright, I have to grab Mark's deck apparently. Apparently that's one of the ones I didn't have. Yeah, you can all go on an adventure with me. We can look through the coverage archive. This will be fun for everyone. Also, this takes a while to load, so give it a bit, okay? Takes a while to load the coverage archive from 2006, 2007. The Wayback Machine can only work so hard. Wrong microphone. I don't think so. I can double check for you. It's definitely the right mic. I can tell you that much. I can turn it up a little. I turned it down because it was too loud before, but let me split the difference. There we go. Let me know if that's a little better there. Padur had that question. Yeah, deck lists are an MTG top 8 course, but that's not as fun. We're here for the nostalgia. Okay, we got to go all the way to the coverage. A shiny scale. I always wonder, why is the channel banner gifts ungiven? This is a very simple. This is a question with a very simple answer. It's my favorite card of all time. That's why. I couldn't think of anything else. I don't have any branding really on the channel, but the icon I'm using is like a, not a stock element, but it's like an element on like on Envato, which is the website I use for like most of my stock footage and music and stuff. That's not the old music. I thought it was really cool. One day I'll get a real icon, but I don't have one, so that's why. I have like a kind of like a default icon and banner. Walk 10 miles to get your deck list directly from Onsie. It's kind of high. All right, top 8 decks. This is significantly slower than MTG top 8. That's true, but I think this is what the people want. Oh yeah, here we go. All right. So we'll snip these out because we might need them later. I can't believe I didn't do this earlier. I genuinely thought I had this already. Call this one Heezy. And we'll grab Midamura's deck too, because we'll probably need it. What is going on? Microsoft Edge, get away. Get away. Phyrexian Totem. It's funny that that's the card highlighted. That card does come up in their finals. Alright. Close this thing. Probably shouldn't have closed that. Might need it later, but it's too late. Shiny Scale. Does that mean we'll get a Gifts Ungiven video at some point? Maybe. I think the Gifts Ungiven video has already been made. So it's kind of hard for me to make another one, but potentially. Actually, that's not true. I do have a top 8 I'm going to cover. Well, I have a finals for my top 8 I'm going to cover that heavily features that card. So yes, there will be a Gifts Ungiven video at some point. That's different to maybe the one people most famously know, which is Worlds 2005, Mori vs. Karsten. Well, it's actually the semifinal. It's Akihara vs. Karsten. Anyway, great video. If you haven't seen that Restrict Studies video, go watch it. But yes, I will make a video about Gifts Ungiven at some point. There is a very well-known block constructor Pro Tour where it was easily the best card. And we'll watch some more long control mirrors, I guess, because those games are also long. Cursor, Hungry and playing Restrict Studies collab would be cool. That is genuinely my dream collab, I think. Sam, if you ever see this, I would love to collab with you anytime, any subject, any year, any day. Any day of the week ending in Y, I will do it. I will be there no matter what. Alright, where is the old Heezy deck? Here's Marco Boltz's deck, after all that. My goodness, why is it like this? This is the worst looking thing I've ever seen. You know what? I can put this in. You know what? It's scuffed. Let's just keep it scuffed. I was gonna like add it as like an actual picture. I don't have time for that. Alright, let's quickly look through this. So this is Mark Oberholtz's deck. This is Mark Oberholtz, if you didn't know. Very similar, as you can see. 27 lands, which is a huge amount of lands, like an unbelievable amount of lands. I think they're both actually playing 26 or 27. Everyone's playing a lot of lands in this top 8. Because again, if you expect to have to play control mirrors and your lands are this good, you need to put lands in your deck. They actually have lands in the sideboard too, because they have sideboard cards. Do you have links in the chat? I think so. You can try it and see what happens, Olipod. If you get Automoto, it's not on me. Anyway, yeah, you can check the MG top 8 leagues. That's fine. I can find them easily too. This is just way more fun. All right, so Mark's deck very similar to all the other like decks in this vein. It's a Teferi Teachings deck. It's really a Teachings deck, and Heezy's deck is very much focused on the mystical teachings part of the equation. He has 3 teachings, which is, I think, the correct number. I don't think anyone ever had 4. It's a little too clunky, even with all your storage lands, to cast teachings that many times in a game. But 3, you pretty much always want to draw one, and the first one finds you another one, almost always. So good to have 3. That's definitely the right number. 4 Damnation is also, I think, the correct number for the main deck in this tournament, especially. Again, White Weenie was everywhere, so you needed to play Damnation. Damnation easily one of the reasons why Blue-Black was able to overpower all of the aggro decks while not having to use too many slots on beating White Weenie specifically. I think other players thought that White Weenie was going to be so good that they would need to play dedicated hate, like main deck Sulfur Elementals and stuff, and all the Blue-Black players that figured out that actually just playing Tendrils and Damnation with Urborg was good enough did really well in this tournament. I mean, if you look at the top 4, three of the 4 decks are basically using these 3 pieces to beat the creature decks, and then everything else is dedicated to whatever their control plan is. But I would say Wafo-Tapa and Heezy are the best suited for the control mirrors, and we'll talk about the finals later, because it's not really a control mirror. The big things here, there's a main deck Extirpate for Heezy, which I'm pretty sure Wafo-Tapa doesn't have. He has a main deck Pull from Eternity, which isn't bad in this matchup. In game 1, it only hits Aeon Chronicler, really. You can technically hit a Teachings and cast it again, which is good for you. Obviously, you don't do that for your opponent. Although I guess there are some lines where you could Pull from Eternity a Teachings and then Extirpate it. I don't know if that's ever good, but I guess technically that's something you could do. Marcus Teferi's Moat, this was the big innovation they put into this deck. This was the way they wanted to beat all the creature decks, was by playing Teferi's Moat. You can't search for it because it's an enchantment, but that's why they're playing white in the main deck. Pretty much all of the good blue-black decks had white and red in them. We'll talk about why in the sideboarded games. But Heezy has white in the main deck for a Temporal Isolation, which was one of the best answers to stuff like Spectral Force, and just a generally good card to have against White Weenie. And you can search for it with Teachings because it has Flash, even though it's an enchantment. Moat was their way of like shutting out all the aggro decks. Other than that, Careful Consideration, which is like the best draw spell in the format. Mark is a Manic Disenchant, which I don't think matters in this matchup, but I don't know, it's like cool to have access to. Haunting Him, which everyone has 1. Sudden Death, most people have 1 or 2. I think both players have 2 in this matchup. It's pretty important. Sudden Death kills Teferi, so and without your opponent being able to counter it, so it seems pretty important. And then Draining Well can cancel like the counter spells. We'll talk about them a lot. There aren't that many counter spells in this deck. One of the most interesting things about this control mirror is neither player has that much access to permission, so you have to like use your counterspells very carefully. But I think in general the decks are so powerful that that's actually fine, and we'll actually see a pretty major counter war in this first game. But it doesn't matter that much, I feel like. I think because the players have access to so many cards between careful consideration and teachings, like, it just doesn't matter. So you're kind of just, it's a really grindy game one, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, this one's really long. And then Aeon Chronicler, this is one of the best cards in the matchup. It's a good, it beats down well. It's an uncounterable way for you to get card advantage. Generally, you want to keep up in cards in any control mirror, because the more cards you have, the more access to different things you have, so different counter spells, and also you draw more lands, which is really important. You're trying to play lands every single matchup, every single turn if you can. That's easy stack. Again, they're very similar. We should dive in because we're going to be here a long, long time otherwise. Also, if you want me to turn Randy up or down, let me know. We can turn him up a little bit, I think.
The big difference here is the fact that Herberhold has...
Alright, so we already should stop and talk about this. And Olipod actually asked, Cursor asked a question in chat that I think is pretty prescient, and I'm guessing you've seen these games before. So Cursor's question is Urza's Factory the primary win con? And I would say no, but I think it's the most important card in this matchup, especially in game one. So if you don't know what Urza's Factory does, this is a land that you can tap 7 mana and tap it. It's part of the Urza cycle, which is the same place the Tron lands come from, so Urza's Mine, Urza's Power Plant, Urza's Tower. So if you have Tron, so 7 mana, and you tap your Urza's Factory, because again, this time spell was a callback to the past, you get a 2/2, you get an Assembly Worker. So you get something that comes out of Mishra's Factory, actually. But, you know, they're related, they're brothers, so you get a 2/2. That might not sound like much, and 7 mana is a ton. But again, these players are going to play so many lands in this matchup that is the single best card in this deck. And Mark has 2 Urza's Factories, which is a huge deal. Wafo-Tapa, before the event, or during the event, I think, they mentioned it on the coverage, has an Academy Ruins in his deck instead of a second Urza's Factory. And Wafo-Tapa said he would rather have had Urza's Factory because he thinks it's one of the cards he doesn't have. I think Wafo-Tapa is wrong, because I think his Academy Ruins is very important in this first game. But already, players are playing lands and playing spells. They're really just playing prismatic lands. Lands is fine. It's a 2-mana artifact that taps for a colorless, and you can filter for some colored mana sometimes, which does matter in certain spots. It's pretty good in this matchup, because like you're basically never going to get color screwed even in the sideboard games when you bring in more cards, because using 1 extra mana to filter for another color is not a big cost in Control, where it's a much bigger cost in aggro when mana can be a lot tighter in the early turns of the game. But already both players have something that's very important. This land here, you can't tell because the footage is kind of grainy, but this is a Dreadship Reef, and this is also a Dreadship Reef. You will see players put counters on these lands so often. Unfortunately, because of the quality of the footage and the die they're using, they're not using pips, they're using die with actual numbers on them. I have no idea how much mana these players have access to. But just know that they're going to pump these as often as possible. Basically, every single turn of the game, you are going to take lines that let you still charge your storage lands. That's why Wafo-Tapa didn't play his Prismatic lands on 2. He played it on 3, so he could still charge his storage lands. These storage lands are the single most important thing in this matchup the entire time. I think that's pretty fair to say. If you have more storage mana than the other person, you are likely going to win. Because again, when you have to spend 10, 15, 20 mana in a turn to try and make something happen at the point where it happens, you are going to need all this mana that you've stored. And there will be a big usage of this storage mana at some point in this game.
Game 1 is pretty even.
Yeah, they're both blue-black, arcane, or mystical teachings. I've got a package of one-offs.
Keep the commentators talking about the decks a little.
I've got a bunch of damnations. Superficially pretty similar decks. Playing a mirror matchup like this, it's going to come down to the very
And the small differences are more Urza's Factories for Herberholds, more extra...
The other thing is that like most control mirrors, most of the removal is dead in game 1. So Damnation doesn't do anything in this matchup. Tendrils of Corruption doesn't really do anything in this matchup. Sudden Death is actually good because it kills Teferi, which is one of the best cards in the matchup. And it kills it without being able to be countered. So that kind of matters. But other than that, the removal's all dead. Like Temporalization doesn't do anything in this matchup for Herberholds. And he has 1 main deck. His Moat doesn't do anything in this matchup. He has 1 main deck. Like, There's a bunch of stuff that doesn't do anything, but the sideboard games will feel very different.
That could hurt him here, but
And both players are obviously going to take out their removal.
Oh yeah, no, it's. I think the edge difference.
Lever Ingram, have I ventured into MTG casting at all? I have not, but I would love to. So if anyone needs me to cast a Magic event, my email's in my YouTube channel bio. I would love to cast Magic. I've cast Legends of Runeterra, which is Riot's digital card game. I cast quite a few events of that actually, and obviously League of Legends, which is what most people in that world know me for.
Easy has an extra.
But I would love to cast more card games.
find out about
To
it.
print screen his deck, you know.
Both players playing pretty
Olipod, I admire Wafo playing a single storage land in the main deck. Doesn't matter for this matchup, I think, but it means his sided mountain is never his only source of red. I actually think it is for this matchup. Having a fifth storage land is good. I think he probably just cared more about the red than the other blue source. Or the white source, right? Because Calciform Pools is the other one you can play.
I mean, I like it. I mean, control on control.
I think he probably found that he needed a way to filter black a little bit more in the matchups where Damnation mattered. Obviously not this one. But I think it's very good in this matchup still. I think you would want to play like 7 or 8 storage lands in this matchup if you could get away with it. I think actually most players did. I think most players played between 6 and 8 copies.
Sure, I liked playing these matchups back when I was playing. I find it interesting to watch.
Alright. So let's talk about this board state too, because I will say like a lot of stuff's happened and I haven't talked about much of it. I'll be honest with you, that's because nothing matters for like 10 turns in this game. Players are playing lands and putting counters on their storage lands. That's basically the only thing that matters. And both players have storage lands. In fact, Mark has a second one, which eventually is going to manifest into a big advantage. Eventually. The problem is that it takes so long that it's kind of hard to see like when it matters. So, but Mark, I mean, both players hit, I think, all of their land drops, it looks like. I think Wafo-Tapa went first and he has 6 lands in play and Mark has 5, which would mean that all players have hit their land drops. Wafo has an extra lens, which is fine. Again, it's like another land you can cast. Doesn't really do much else apart from that, but there's nothing wrong with Prismatic Lens. It's just also not that good, but it was a necessary evil in this format. But again, like almost half of these decks are mana between the lands and the lenses, so this matters a lot. And then Mark's casting a Teachings here, and if I remember correctly, he gets Haunting him here, but let me find out. I also assume he's on Wafo's end step here, because you would never main phase this.
Out of mystical teachings, Wafo-Tapa doesn't want to fight.
Kyle, what versions of Legend will we be dealing with here? That is a really good question. I actually forgot to mention this. So in 2007, we have the Champions of Kamigawa Legend rules, what I affectionately call it. And it's basically what it is, because it was changed for that format. For those that don't know, Champions of Kamigawa was a set with an unbelievable number of legends in it. And now I think sets have legends, everywhere in Magic the Gathering. But Champions was unique when it came out. Champions had so many legends, like way more legends than the set Legends, which was the original Legends set, right? And that was Kamigawa's whole thing. They had uncommon legends, which I don't think they'd done before, hadn't done very often. They had like legends everywhere, like 180 something legends, like an unbelievable amount of legends in that format. And the reason is because they changed a legend rule. It used to be that if you played a legend, your opponent couldn't play a same copy of that legend at all. It was you were just locked out like they meddling made shit, which was miserable. It was horrible. And I talked about that in my Pro Tour Rebels video. It was one of the reasons that Civi was so oppressive, was that not only was she good and powerful, but if you played it first, your opponent couldn't do anything. Champions, though, they've changed that, obviously, because if you have a block full of legends, you don't want that legend all around. It's going to be miserable. Imagine Umezawa's Jitte, like, meddling mage to your opponent's Umezawa's Jitte. That would be horrendous. So in 2007, and this era of Magic, the legend rule is that if you play a legend, you destroy the other legend of the same name. So if I have a Jitte and you have a Jitte, then they both get destroyed. If I have a Jitte and I play second Jitte, I have to destroy the other one, or one of them. I actually don't know how that worked exactly, but basically, legends saw each other in this game and then destroyed each other. So you would get like Enters effects, you would get Dies effects, but you wouldn't have a window to ever keep your legend. They would just explode. And this included if your opponent played the same legend. So there was actually for a while times where you would just play a legend as a kill spell for your opponent's other legend, because obviously the best legends in the format are going to be pretty popular. It was very reasonable to just cast like Ink Eyes as Doomblade to try and kill your opponent's Ink Eyes. And this got a little weird sometimes with like the dragons, but this was a very common thing. And as someone's alluding to in chat, one of the reasons this matters a little bit for this matchup is that Urborg is a legend. So if you have an Urborg and your opponent plays one, they blow each other up. So there's a little bit of land destruction you can do here in this. I think it mostly doesn't matter because Urborg is for tendrils, which is basically irrelevant in this matchup, and Damnation, which is also irrelevant in this matchup. Sudden Death does matter. It's a double pip spell. Like Wafo-Tapa only has one swamp. He can't cast Sudden Death without his like black filter land, black storage land, or prismatic lens if he doesn't have Urborg. But I think for the most part, like Urborg doesn't actually matter. Like destroying it in this matchup is not going to do that much. But it does kind of mean that Wafo-Tapa has a few less lands he can actually physically play in this matchup because he has 4 Urborgs main, and Mark only has 2. So it matters a tiny bit. It's like a little edge that Herberholtz might have in game 1, but I think ultimately it doesn't matter that much. It's just a fun bit of lore. Yes, the Kamigawa Legend Rule destroys both cards. So unlike today, you didn't get to keep one. It just destroyed both of them. And yes, Arsene Bjork rightfully pointing out that back in Kamigawa block, Jitte was so good that people who didn't want to play Jitte played Jitte to kill Jitte, which is a very, very funny thing. We'll talk about Umezawa's Jitte one day. I have a particular Pro Tour in mind. And yes, damage does go in the stack. That also doesn't matter in this matchup. But damage does go in the stack in this era. Damage went on the stack for a while, I think. I think until M10, if I recall correctly. But for a long time, damage still went on the stack. Actually, maybe not M10. No, I think it was M10. Because they reprinted Mog Fanatic in, I think, 10th edition for the first time in a while. And damage still went on the stack, and they took it away. But I think, at least until the original core sets, like the nth edition sets, pretty sure damage went on the stack still. Oh, sorry, what does he get? Do you have teachings? We should go back. Sorry. I assume he gets either him or teachings here. I think teachings. He can get cancelled, but it doesn't really do anything. M10, let's go! I'm so smart. Yeah, Steve was OP. Wait, Modern Green Deck Surge King used to play Crop Project Academy? That is hilarious. But yes, that also applied. The old Legend Rule applied there. Not the old Legend Rule, which is the original one. What did you get, Mark?
Teachings for teachings.
It is teachings, okay. This is also a really common play. I said in the video, like the single best thing to get with teachings is another copy of Mystical Teachings. And that's true. Wafo-Tapa doesn't have an extirpate access, so Mark really isn't worried about cards being his graveyard that might be vulnerable. In general, I don't think extirpate's actually that good in this matchup because all the good players know to play around it, and you'll just never be in a spot where you leave a teachings in the graveyard, which you actually see Wafo-Tapa do a decent amount in this matchup. He, I think, almost never exposes his teachings to an extirpate because it's one of his best cards. I think probably the best card. But if you have mana and time to cast a teachings, but you don't need anything specific. You're not getting a Teferi to try and make a play. You don't need a cancel to show up your hand. You don't need land drops. You're not getting careful consideration. Like there's all this stuff that's happening. Just get another teachings because now you have another one to go get something, and then you can also flashback the other one to tutor up either another teachings or a card that you actually need if you need a silver bullet. So this is basically like teachings for teachings is kind of like teachings for gifts ungiven, almost. It's like half a gifts ungiven, but you're basically teaching for a card draw spell that also finds specific cards in your deck. It's one of the reasons the card is so good. Because once you start chaining them together, it's like ridiculous.
How many creatures do these guys have?
6. 8, 6. He has 7 and Wafo has 8. The creatures don't matter. Draining Work is a counterspell, and Teferi is the best card in the matchup. That's the only stuff you need to know about the creatures they're playing. Chronicler is good, but not. It's just a card draw spell. Alright, so this is the point you don't want to be at if you're Mark Herberholtz. So this land right here that you can maybe make out, this shiny factory, because the Wafo-Tapa loves his foils, which is something I admire. And this token is, they represent tokens differently on the Pro Tour now. Much more accurate. But this is a 2/2 assembly worker. And this is the problem. Like, Wafo-Tapa 8 mana, including his factory, still charged his storage lands, by the way, so didn't miss a beat on charging, because you obviously don't want to. Now, Herberholtz is just going to get attacked for 10 turns until he dies. And it's going to get worse because he's going to keep making assembly workers. Mark has a lot of time. Like, you can point removal spells at this. You can point at tendrils and gain, like, you know, maybe 8, 10 life and delay the game. But eventually, if the board state stays the same, Herbold is going to lose to Urza's Factory unless he can find his own. Because there's no way for either player to kill Urza's Factory in game 1. Blair Busby. Hey, listen to say it. Really enjoyed the high effort and spectacular quality MTG videos you've put out. Thanks. Any thoughts on a video about iconic pen tricks in Magic history? I've had an idea. So the pen trick comes up a lot. I think it's a great thing to talk about. I think I might do like a compilation kind of video, like where I go through a bunch of different iconic things that happened at the PT or in like competitive Magic, but aren't long enough to fill an entire video with. So I haven't quite figured out what's going in there, but I think I'll cover it in some way. To me, the pen trick is a great short, not a great video necessarily. But I think I could do like a iconic moments of the Pro Tour kind of video and put that in there. Or I could just make a YouTube short. But yeah, I think I'd have to watch the rest of the match and like get the context to see if I can actually build something fully around it. It's possible. Anyway, so Heatsy's in trouble. Wafo-Tapa has actually more lands currently. 3, 6, 4. Oh no, they have the same amount of lands. Lenses are funny. 3, yeah, they both have 6 lands. Marcus just storage lands, which is better. But Wafo-Tapa is just tapping 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, he actually doesn't have enough to charge his storage land. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, he actually doesn't. Okay, that's interesting. So he actually decided that making a 2/2 is more important than charging a storage land. He probably has like 6 counters on this or something, like some absurd number right now. So maybe it doesn't matter, but yeah, like I said, eventually he's going to die to this 2/2, so something's going to happen. This is why lands that make creatures are so good in control matchups. Like, they let you keep all your mana up, which you want access to all your instants with, while still advancing the game forward for yourself. And eventually, if you force your opponent to do something, you can usually leverage a favorable position, because they have to tap mana on their turn, and you don't have to tap mana on your turn. So you can, you know, force them to do something, pick a fight, untap, and then do something that actually matters. Or you can just keep a stalemate, but you're constantly breaking it with your 2/2. So good land, very good land. He must be kind of mad because he has 2. There's no way for players to find Urza's Factory in this matchup. I think Future Sight would have changed this matchup quite a lot, but in this particular one, you just have to find it. And Wafo-Tapa found his only factory very early in this game. Yeah, they're talking about it now on the coverage, but Wafo-Tapa did say he wanted to play. He wished he had a second factory instead of his ruins, but I don't think that's actually. I think we'll talk about it when it comes up because it will come up in this game. But I think Academy Ruins is just as good, if not better. Oh, I love Fountain Port. That card's so good. Okay, so Mark kind of has to do something here. So he's casting Teachings again. He could pay 6 to flash back to one in his graveyard instead, because Wafo-Tapa is not really going to do anything. But Mark doesn't want to not leave up his storage lands. So actually, this is actually a really important thing to point out. So much happens on the stack in this matchup, because both players have access to boatloads of mana if they're charging storage lands, which they both have a lot of. And between Teachings, Teferi, and all your other just general spells, counter spells, removal spells, you can do some absurd things on the stack in this matchup. So you actually can't tap too low in this matchup. Normally, it's pretty safe to tap all your lands in someone's end step in a control mirror, because if they try and do something, then like you can just untap, deal with it, and then keep going. It doesn't really matter. But because Teferi in particular is such a scary card to face, if your opponent has enough mana, they can like set themselves up to do something really, really gross on their turn, even in their end step. You actually do need to leave mana up, and Mark is not only leaving enough mana to charge his storage land, because you want to charge it as often as you can, he's leaving 1 mana extra, because these storage lands don't need to tap in order to take the mana off. So it might look like Mark only has access to 3 mana, and if he taps his storage land, so taps his island, taps his storage land to charge it, he's going to have 1. He has actually access to every single piece of mana on this storage land. In fact, both his storage lands, because you can take a mana off and then take 1 off to take these off. So the fact that you could use it when they were tapped is probably the biggest reason they were so good. 5-color Teachings, playing a 1 of Fountain Port. Guess that's it then? That's real nice. I want to mess around with Teachings in Standard. I forgot it was legal. Someone just cast against me. I was like, are you kidding me? I just made a video about this card. Also, Blair, is there a comment about introducing people to competitive Magic with my channel? That's awesome. That's like probably the thing I care most about is getting people into whether it's current Magic or old Magic or both. One of my goals is definitely to bring more people into watching competitive Magic. They're playing too if they want to, but I would like more people to experience competitive Magic as a long-time esports person. I obviously love competitive gaming, so that's really cool. All right, what did you get, Hazy? Every time Hazy teachings, I miss what he gets. Do you get him or do you get teachings again? That's it. Okay, so here's the biggest inflection point of this game. Mark Cobalt is going to cast Haunting Him, and he's going to try and pick a fight with Guillaume here. Because he knows if he doesn't do something, it's going to be really hard for him to do anything. Because eventually the factory is going to deal with it. So we'll see the power of the storage lands in just a second here. But yeah, I'll talk through what happens and then I'll give my opinion. Because I have maybe a controversial take on this moment in the game. So Haunting Him, if you don't know, it's a 6-mana instant, which is very expensive. But if you cast it on your main phase, it's target opponent discards 2 cards. If you cast it on your main phase, they discard 4. That is an unbelievable amount of, like, that's a beating in a control matchup when cards are so important. Discarding 2, like 2 for wanting them with 1 card is already good enough, but 4 for wanting them is really gross. So Haunting Him is like, the reason it's in here is because it's a single card you can teachings for because it's an instant for some reason. They decided they wanted to put this in this block. But getting that far ahead on cards in your opponent in a control mirror, typically going to be very good. So that's why Mark wants to play it here. It's the bullet he's going to get against control in game 1. And now they're going to pick a fight. The problem with him is that you have to like cast it on your main phase to get the maximum effect out of it. So we're going to see a massive counter wall here. Guillaume's going to start by teachings. Actually, I actually did put the sequence in the video. It's sped up like by 1,000%. So we're going to pick a fight here. And Mark is basically saying, if my Haunting Him resolves, I am so far ahead in this game that I can keep getting ahead. Like, even though this him doesn't necessarily win the game, it's not powerful enough to actually carry you forward into some sort of victory, it's going to put him so far ahead on cards that he's going to feel unstoppable. So cancel from Tapa, cancel back from Hazy, cancel back from Wafo-Tapa, and this time you'll see, sorry, I'm pointing at the screen, puts his hands on his die. He has to use storage mana for this. Same thing for Hazy. And this is actually, I think, a raw cancel? Maybe I take 1 mana off. Cancel back. So the stack is him, cancel, 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 cancel.
Yes.
So Herberholtz wins the counter wall over the most important card. Guillaume discards his entire hand.
Which not that much.
Sudden death and damnation, his hand was cut.
As you hear the commentator say, not that much, just removal spells they didn't care about anyway. My hot take is that I don't think it matters. Like, I don't think it matters at all. Because your best card is in your graveyard, Mystical Teachings, it just doesn't matter. Like, if you can leverage him and then, like, follow it up with something, I think it's worth it. But there's nothing Herbolz can follow up with here. And this game goes on forever. I think in a different game, maybe this play, like in game 2, game 3, maybe this play is better. I don't think it's wrong. Like, what else are you going to do with your hand? That's what your hand does. But you drained all of your storage mana to basically put you both hellbent. And you're still getting killed by an Ursus Factory token. So I just don't think it matters. I also think Wafo-Tapa does something really heads up right now. Because there is something that would potentially matter if he didn't do it. Although you can do it in response, but then it's not as good. But we'll watch Wafo-Tapa's turn here. I think he flashed back the teachings in his graveyard. And I think there's a very specific reason why he's doing that. And very heads up play if that's this moment in this game. I think it is. What's up, Peter Thompson? Glad you're here for the deep dive. People really wanted more coverage of this game, so I'm giving the people what they want. Game seems too high now. We'll turn it back down again. Thanks, Trimantha. Let me know how that is. It is constant tweaking of the game.
So Herbolz won the first little permission battle here. He managed to
Okay, so Guillaume is going to flashback teachings here.
The problem is there's an Ursus Factory over there,
And this is a really, really heads-up play from Guillaume. He knows Mark Herboltz has an Extirpate in his main deck. He doesn't want to get it Extirpated, because if you get Teachings Extirpated in this matchup, I think it's really hard for you to win, because you just don't have access to all the stuff you need. You don't have access to your best card advantage engine. And then he's actually in a good spot. So Guillaume taps out, forgoes being able to use the token, just to get Extirpate out of his graveyard. Which is such a smart play from Wafo-Tapa. And of course he gets another Teachings, because like both players need to restock, and that's the best card to restock with. So in some ways, like, he's haunting him, like, beat 2 counterspells, or like traded for 2 counterspells, which is like, that's okay if you know the game is going to drag on, and maybe like resolving Teferi is a really big part of your game. But I actually think because this game doesn't have any super decisive cards, players don't have the Pickles luck, which we'll talk about in the finals. Players don't have access to their sideboard cards, which are really important. All that really matters is that, like, factory, because like the game is just going to grind to a halt. And Wafo-Tapa still has his factory, and he didn't lose his Teachings, and now he has like lost all his storage mana and can't really play anything. I think honestly, like, game 1's tough. I don't know. Like you heard Randy say it. Somehow Guillaume seems to be winning this game, and it's basically just because like the things that really matter in this game 1 are lands. Mark also, by the way, only has 1 copy of Teferi. That's kind of one of the other reasons it's tough for him, I think, because it's really hard to do something decisive when you don't have a Teachings. Sorry, don't have a Teferi. And Sudden Death is such a good answer to Teferi that unless you can follow it up with something else, like maybe suspending a big Chronicler, which is kind of the only thing you can do in game 1, it's not that scary. So... yeah, you can hear Randy talk about it too, but talking about how smart it is that Wafo-Tapa flashback that Teachings. So there is a line here, for what it's worth. It's not very good, but if Mark had enough mana and access to white, he could Teachings for Pull from Eternity, and then try and Teachings and Extirpate Guillaume's Teachings. And then I think he would actually be in a decent spot. But that would need to be like a multi-turn play for you to actually set that up. And also, if Guillaume has enough mana on tap, that doesn't even work. Because, actually no, it does work. That actually does work. But you have to have Extirpate and Pull from Eternity in your hand when you go to make that play. So you have to, like, Teachings multiple times for both of the pieces, and then your opponent knows what you're trying to do. And then it's like, I don't know, does it matter from that point? Maybe. But there is a way to do it, but... in general, I think Extirpate is overrated in this matchup. Massively overrated in this matchup. Because it doesn't easily hit the most important card, which is Mystical Teachings. Hitting Cancel doesn't really matter, because the counterspells aren't that impactful in this matchup. There's a ton of one-offs that you can't really hit. It's really hard to hit the suspend creatures. That's maybe something you could do in the sideboard games. We'll talk about those. But, like, what are you supposed to extirpate? You're trading, like, 1 card for 1 or 2 other cards of your opponent, maybe? Like, I'm pretty sure there's a game in this set of matches where he extirpates Guillaume's cancels and it just doesn't feel like it does anything because Guillaume still has access to Training Walk. Like, you only need 1 counter. Really, you only need 1 counter for the key spots, or I guess I should say you only need as many counters as there are like important things to interact with, basically, and there just aren't that many things that matter in game 1. Thanks, Mirko. If you have to do it, as I said, this will be edited into a YouTube video for later, and also this entire live stream will be available at the end of today. So I think as soon as it's done, basically. Okay, actually, it's funny, I just mentioned that Extirpates on the cancels. This is actually the moment. He's Extirpating cancel. So he sees the hand, which is, that's not nothing. Seeing the hand is good. But like, we already played a Haunting Him. Both players played 2 cancels. Mark is now Extirpating cancel and getting the other 2. But like, what does it matter? You know? Like, the spell you need to interact with is a land that's on the table that you cannot currently interact with. So I just don't know what, like, it's you might as well do it. Like, your Extirpate's good in this matchup in some ways. It's better than your Temporal Isolation. But it just doesn't really do anything. Did Mark teaching for that, by the way? If he teaching for the XP, I think that's really bad. I think if he just had it, like, just do it natural, I think it's fine. But again, like, the game one especially is so different to the next few games, which I think is one of the reasons it's so interesting. But I think Guillaume knew exactly what he needed to do in this matchup. I think it's like, get a little lucky and find your factory, and then just the only spells that matter are protecting your teachings, and that's about it. I don't know if Guillaume thought his inevitability was better, by the way, but I think it is, and I think it's due to his Academy runes, which is very funny because he doesn't like his Academy runes. Thorsak decklists are open during this PT, during the top 8 only, which was the standard for a very long time.
You got a window to teachings, you got a window.
Poet, am I aware of my echo? I am not.
Very.
How echoey? Is it like feedbacking into the stream, or is it just like this room is not sound treated, so it's kind of echoey?
Making a token, it looks like. And now Mark is.
Let me see if I can click a button for you and fix it,
Hold on a second.
or make it better.
Something I'd like to do here.
There we go. We'll click a little thing. Let me know if that's a little better. Room echo removal has been turned on. We'll see if the power of software. When I get animated, yeah, that happens a lot. It's hard for me to find a reasonable pace, a reasonable volume to speak at, because I'm used to shouting at everything. So Guillaume got Haunting Him, and now he has the Teachings, an AM Chronicler, and I think an Irrelevant card. But his hand's still pretty good here. Like, his hand seems really good here, actually. Okay, so he's found an Urza's factory, which is good at neutralizing the other factory, because eventually you just both make assembly workers and they trade off. Right? So at this point, Mark is stabilized. And you're just going to be watching these Urza's factories for a long time. I don't actually know how Mark is supposed to win otherwise. Oh, he's playing Teferi here. That's interesting. So this is on Wafo's... I think this is on Mark's end step. After he made a factory token. He's trying to resolve Teferi. Spoiler alert, this doesn't matter at all. But he is trying to push something through. Yeah, it's on his own end step. So Mark basically thinks that, like... So Mark basically thinks that I need to do something, because my position doesn't feel great. I'm a little lower on mana because I use my storage mana, although I think both players are pretty even. My opponent's had factory going for a while. He's at 10, although that doesn't really matter, to be honest with you. And he's trying to push the game forward, because I think he realizes, like, I didn't get expert teachings. My opponent has Triskeleva's Academy runes. I don't know how much I like my position if the game goes on from here. And he only has one copy of Teferi. And unlike the other games, there isn't really something he can get with teachings with Teferi in play to break open the matchup. So Teferi is like just kind of a good card because it tends to dominate combat against these 2/2s. It turns off your opponent's counterspells. It means your opponent has to tap mana when they don't want to, which is on their turn. So Teferi is good here if you can stick it. But, as we'll see, Teferi does not live long in this matchup. And the fact that Mark only has one kind of hurts him here, because if Wafo-Tapa has access to a sudden death, even if Mark was able to get access to a counterspell, he would just lose. So if Mark had access to a counterspell, it doesn't matter because sudden death has split second, so it ignores your opponent's permission. So it's a really clean answer to Teferi, and both players are playing 2. I actually think the only thing that might matter in this matchup, now that I think about it more, I think draining work matters a lot if you have Teferi in play. If you can make a big enough draining work, that is a threat you can legitimately win the game with. If you can make like a 6-7 power draining work. And if you have Teferi in play and your opponent is like forced to play spells on their turn in order to fight you, and you have enough mana to welk a big enough spell, you're going to win that game for sure. You'll be able to erase Urza's factory. So maybe that's Mark's plan here. But yeah, Teferi, I'm pretty sure, just gets sudden death instantly here. And then it doesn't matter. And then we're back to Urza's factory wars. And then I'm pretty sure the coverage is going to pull away, and we're going to have to skip ahead.
On the back table, sounds like
What up, David Walsh? You missed 55 minutes of yapping, but all of the yapping will be archived for future viewing, so you don't have to worry about that. Thanks for stopping by.
Not see any tendrils on the deck list.
Oh yeah, Midamura's semifinal is actually pretty interesting. In some ways, I'm like, I don't know how this ended up happening. Like that, we're not going to cover it because again, we really don't have time. But that semifinals is really interesting. The fact that Minamura even ends up in the final, spoiler alert, is really fun. But it's a pretty close 5-game set. All right, here's teachings, here's sudden death. So Wafo-Tapa does have to commit a teachings here in order to deal with this Teferi, which is 7 mana. That's quite a lot. Teferi is problematic though, and if Mark had mana available, getting Draining Work there would have been horrendously bad. So it's fine that Guillaume has to use a little bit more, but it's totally fine. And again, there's nothing that, not really anything that he can do if Guillaume taps out here, and he basically taps out to make this play. In fact, he does tap out.
Doesn't care about
So still bleeding down with his tokens. Still looking good. Dealt with the problem. Kind of back to square one. This is the board you see a lot of in this matchup. There's a lot of lands and some Ursus factories. Can I check the commentators? Absolutely.
Is it time to sweep the board yet?
How's this feel? Is that better? Better or worse? It's careful consideration, right?
Well, there's teachings.
Oh, it's teachings.
Herberholtz he's on 4, but he's clearly got plenty of defenses set up.
Let me know if that's better, Ankley.
I think we should go, let's go
Joshua,
on the match between Saito
that's
and
basically the sound treatment of this room, so yeah.
Seems like we can probably catch a game
Apologies.
over there, come back, see how this finishes up.
Mark's not even in a hurry to get his tendrils. He went and got careful.
Yeah, so Mark is drawing, Mark's drawing more cards.
This game might be still going on
yeah.
when we come back.
It
So,
might be.
as you can hear, the coverage is bouncing around, which means we'll be bouncing around.
Lopsided as Saito says it.
But basically, this is where we're at. Still in game one. A very, very long game one. Alright, so here's Saito Midamura. We're not going to cover this today, but banger series. Alright, here we go. We're back. If anyone's noticed, by the way, so, okay, I guess they jumped back twice. So here's game 2 of Saito Midamura. We jump back. Tied 0-0. We're still in game 1. We're still here. Oh, they're shuffling. That's why they came back. I was like, why'd they come back? It's because the other table is shuffling and setting up for their next game. So dropping back to the control mirror. But we'll dip out again. We might have to check the text coverage actually to see what happened in this game. I don't know if we actually end up seeing the end of game 1 on camera. That's how long it is.
Token.
Counter.
Counter.
Charging up storage lands. Thrilling gameplay. Gripping.
Neat. Go through Draining Welk in Guillaume's hand, along with the Teferi.
It looks like he has 2.
Yeah, Hans, I think that's a very that's a very astute observation. Basically, everyone went from Teferi meta, storage lands, and then Ursus Factory. And they all kind of matter, but like, there's a stack ranking, right? Especially game 1. I will say the other games are very different. Like, the texture of how this matchup plays out changes completely in the sideboarded games. Thank goodness we only have one pre-boarded game, by the way, because it would be like
Now recall that Wafo-Tapa
miserable. It would be miserable to have to see another game of this, I think. I mean, I think Guillaume would be fine with it. He's very good in these situations, but it would be long. It would be a very long semifinal if we had to play 2 pre-boarded games.
Draining Welk of his own and a Temporal Isolation.
Own Gold. Watch the
Just have more answers.
Legacy event replay from GP Richmond 2018. Love the way they mic the players. Yeah, they actually do that at the Pro Tour. It's pretty common, even in this time,
Wafo-Tapa knows about the Draining Welk.
mic the players, and every now and then you could hear them. Even from like the late 90s and stuff that happened. Actually, even in like Long's Paris win, you can hear him. That's how we can hear Mike Long yapping the whole time. Was Blue Tron or Wafo join? I actually don't know, but it kind of sounds like him, so maybe. By the end of the Block 3 Ursus Factory main deck, Hans, I am not surprised by that at all. I do think Future Sight did change a lot because he had access to Teleria West. and you had access to Pacto Negation
the best 5
in
Americans.
Future Sight. So these decks got better, in my opinion, quite a bit better, and also access to tools you needed changed.
Ahead of Scott Vargas?
No, I was just saying, you said the name. And
But we don't have access to those cards in this format. It's just the first 2 sets of Time Spiral Block.
Also right up there.
Mike Ron was in the money here.
Yeah, in the money and really near.
Has anything happened since we came back, by the way? I have not been paying attention. I think they're still jockeying for position. Who's doing coverage for
Who are the
this?
top 5 Japanese players? I mean, it's more
I
a
mean,
matter of...
the commentators are talking about like higher level Pro Tour stuff right now. Makes sense. There's not a lot to cover in this matchup. High quality, Phil.
I don't think I do either.
I don't think I count him as really being active.
Yeah, a lot of what has happened is accurate, David Walsh.
Fujita
Still makes the top 5? There's a lot of really talented Japanese players.
Someone actually commented this on the video. It's like, why don't I ever talk about Japanese players from this era? They were so good. I'm like, I will, don't worry. I grew up watching this era of Magic. I know how good the Japanese players are. My favorite player of all time is the Japanese player. We will talk about them. Why does Wafo-Tapa have 7 cards in his hand? Look at this hand! He's absolutely jacked. Haunting him, Triskelovus. Why does he have a lens in his hand? Just didn't want to play it. Teferi. I think it's the Draining Walk. Careful Consideration. Mystical Teachings. The hand is ridiculous. Goif would have been Future Sight, so because Goif was released in Future Sight. So that would have been after this Pro Tour.
Oh, he's going to go for Teferi.
Okay, so Wafo-Tapa casting Teferi is terrifying.
He's willing to get into the Welk fight here.
Apparently. Well, did he? All Mark's mana is tapped. Was that from a token?
I will say, if Draining Welk,
This is probably the end of Guillaume.
if Draining Welk happens, it's hard. That card's actually good at beating down.
Pretty much tapped.
Draining Welk's kind of like kind of turns the game from a grady control move into like more of a tempo game temporarily.
We may see a big Draining Welk here, but then Mark untaps and Damnations, right?
Right. Mark could also have mana floating.
So remember, Wafo-Tapa does not have access to cancel, so Wafo-Tapa can only try to Draining Welk to defend this. I think it's reasonable to assume, because they're in Guillaume's end step, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it seems like...
Because he tapped out to make a token, and then Guillaume responded by playing Teferi.
So Guillaume does indeed go for Draining
Oh wow, Guillaume's fighting here?
And that's just going to work.
Oh. Okay, so does Heezy have Damnation?
Teferi.
There's a lot of storage counters in play. If Guillaume can defend this board, I think the game's over instantly.
Because Teferi won't let him play any instants.
Like, okay, never mind, he doesn't have anything.
Wafo-Tapa didn't have enough for that last Draining
I don't know why he'd want a Draining Walk there. I guess
And there is
if it works, you win.
Hello.
If it doesn't work, the game stays the same.
Now Guillaume's
Probably fine.
He's burned his Teferi. He's burned one of his Draining Welks.
The fact it is the mic in front of me, I can tell you that much.
They each have one Draining Welk in their hand.
Well, actually, let me double check. Maybe I'm wrong. But I'm pretty confident it is. It definitely is the mic in front of me. Unless, no. No. Oh, unless. Oh, no. Ah. I was wrong. All right, I'll say it, chat. I was wrong. My bad. I forgot to change my mic settings. Does that sound better? That should probably sound quite a bit better. Whoops. Okay, chat. We saved it. All right, so apologies to any future watchers of this stream. That's going to sound horrible for the first hour. Apologies. Reminder, when you're streaming, check all your device settings because they reset to default when you load a new overlay. Holy smokes, I'm so sorry, chat. That's true, I don't think I'm in 2007. Oh well. All right. Apologies. There's going to be a lot of analysis. This sounds horrendous in this video. I'll have to narrate it in the edited bit. It's okay. But the live stream enjoyers, you get to enjoy the vintage. That was probably my webcam mic. Apologies. I'm glad we sound better. That's very funny. I'll even turn up a bit. The gate's definitely higher on this mic, so we'll mix it a little bit, and that should be just about right. Have to start over? Yeah, maybe. Most common streamer problem. Honestly, very true.
Is this what you start thinking about whether or not...
Sounded roomy? It was very fucking roomy.
Well, I think Wafo-Tapa's got to start
The
running
roomiest it could be. Alright, I apologize to everyone in chat that I said we're wrong before.
Library is thinner than I think it is. Wafo-Tapa knows he's going to lose the double factory in the long run, so he's got to try to play to win a shorter game, which means he's got to clear a path for. Basically means he's got to clear a path for Triskelavus.
I don't necessarily agree with Randy here because I think Triskelavus beats both factories, although it's close.
I don't see it.
Might be an actual race, which is very funny. But I think Triskelavus Recursion is very, very, very good in this matchup. I think it might be better than a second factory, which is kind of the debate you have to have. I think. Okay.
And there's Triskelavus.
Right, good call, Randy.
From memory, they're holding the final game of Minamura Saito, which might mean, or maybe they're just holding the next game. Might not be the final game. Which I think means that we might get towards the end of game 1, although maybe not. They might get bored and pull away again. Because this is open deck list, by the way, it's very obvious how many counterspells both players have. Guillaume has 1 left and Mark has 2 left. I think he has a cancel and a welk.
Is Mark gonna welk that?
Mark lets it resolve.
A storage count is a bad mechanic. Feels like they incentivize stalling out. I don't think so,
Does
Sam.
he have an answer to it in his hand?
He does have a disenchant in his deck. I don't know
I
if we've
think
gone past it yet or not.
storage counters create interesting tension in gameplay where like you can invest your time for more mana. So if you're getting pressured, they're hard to use effectively. But if you're not, it makes for a really interesting game. So we can have really big moments in control mirrors. I think the problem is that this format devolved into this being the best deck, and so we saw a lot of this.
Right. Worried about sudden death.
Sure.
Academy Ruins is legendary and can be traded off, but the other player does not have an Academy Ruin, so that is not a problem.
Easy charges up the storage lands.
They're gonna get a lot of use.
Unless I'm wrong. Does CC have an Academy Ruin? I don't think he does.
There is another damnation in Mark's hand.
Easy does not have an Academy Ruins. He has a second factory, which is what Guillaume said he would rather have, but I think Ruins is actually better here.
Yep.
But, I don't know. They're pretty close. Yeah, Mark doesn't have one. I didn't think so. Again, I'm pretty sure we're going to have to check the text cover to figure out what happened. The legend rule was the Champions of Kamigawa legend rule. So if each played a legend, they would just destroy each other. Thank you, Olipot. Also, hello, Vanishing Golem.
This is still game 1 between Mark Arborhoff and Guillaume Wafo-Tapa.
You hear this train? You hear Randy's voice?
Control and control battle.
We're still in game 1.
Has 2 copies of Versus Factory. He has now managed to find them both.
So Triskelavus got damnation, but again,
because of that
Triskelavus can come back.
Fighting, trying to turn himself into the aggressor, trying to force spells through.
Yeah, it was a better version than the old rule, that's for sure. Or the old rules, but I think the current rule is better. Certainly the current rule fits modern Magic design, which is like the whole point. But I like the other rule. I think it made for some interesting moments. But I think the current rule is better.
They are tied at 1 game apiece, and we will be joining them for game 3 once that game gets ready to start.
David, what combo deck are you playing? Heartbeat of Spring?
Oh, Minamura is on his way down to 5 cards.
It was 5 before Planeswalkers? I mean, they also did... The Planeswalker rule was basically the same as this Legend rule before they changed it, so... I think for the time, the Legend rule was cool. It was definitely better than before. Better than Academy of Lincivi, which I think we all agree with.
Demon Fire.
Attack. Guillaume's hand is so good. I'm actually surprised Guillaume hasn't suspended an Aeon Chronicler. Because that's a big... It's a creature that you can actually do a lot of damage with. It's not that good against Urza's Factory, maybe, is why. And you have to tap a decent amount of mana to get something out of it. Also, maybe drawing extra cards isn't good here. You can... I think Careful Consideration targets. So you can, I think, deck your opponent with Careful Consideration. If they have not enough cards in their library. I don't think that comes up at all in this series, but I think that's true.
He's got the 1 Draining Walk in his hand, but so does Heezy.
Guess he's got another Teferi, he's got another Aeon Chronicler. Unless we've
yeah, we're kind of at a standstill at this point in the game. It's just factory tokens busting into each other.
As far as I can tell.
But
that's his game.
As soon as Guillaume
Comes up
finds
with
Academy runs, I don't
starts
think
casting
there's...
Skelevus every turn.
Yeah. What Randy's saying.
All right. Well, we're gonna go watch Game 3 between
All right.
Saito and Mitamura.
Once
We'll,
again,
of course, keep you updated on what goes on.
we're
in this
moving
match.
away.
We'll come back for
Is that careful
the rest of
consideration?
Game 1.
Oh, let's think twice. All
We'll see.
right, here we go. Back through the semifinals.
Now,
For Skelevus, Academy Ruins.
how
for-
many?
Okay. I think we might have to watch the coverage because I think they do announce the end of Game 1 in the middle of this series.
Going into that finals.
And there's other guys who are just like stuff out on the fly. And that's why, and what's supposed to be going on. Figure out the plays. These guys.
I
You know, let's find the game. And then we can check the text coverage because I think that's going to be where we're up to.
Tridivore,
Needs 3 more, and then he wins. Is basically just trying to stitch his.
Where are we? How far into this game? Okay, so Wafo-Tapa wins Game 1. He also looks like he's winning Game 2. Let's figure out what happened in Game 1. And for that, we'll pull up the handy-dandy text coverage, which I have conveniently not opened in time. Oh, tooth and nail. That makes sense if that's the combat deck you were playing. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, definitely playing against control without Beseju. Trying to resolve an 8-mana sorcery is rough. Let's say. Very rough. Tooth and nail, sweet card though. Man, I really should have loaded this text coverage earlier. It takes so long. I accidentally closed it and I reloaded the archive, and then I forgot to reopen the event, and I forgot to open the pages I needed. So I was stuck. All right, let's listen to Randy and BD. Maybe they'll tell us what happened. No, I don't care about that.
but Mystical Teachings is, you know,
Almost recursive.
virtually recursive. So we just got handed a list of the cards from the top 50 decks
Oh,
in this
interesting.
tournament. What was the most played? You don't get to look.
I'm not looking.
What was the most played card main deck?
Mountain.
Yeah, Mountain. 325 mountains in the top 50 decks. What was the most played non?
This coverage is loading slower than I've ever seen it.
Most played non-land card in the tournament. Sulfur Elemental?
That was second. It's Prismatic Lens.
Ah!
Tricked
Right.
you.
You did.
It was mana. Yeah, it's
I feel for the Sulfur Elemental.
Oh, against Mono Blue? Yeah, that's miserable.
the
Which is
top
how I interpret
That's a
it.
truly miserable matchup
Top
without
cards
Beseju.
are-
Story, I'm sticking to it.
Mountain, Island, Forest. More terramorphic expanses than there were swamps.
Sure.
More Prismatic Lenses.
You said
I
top
mean,
50 decks?
It says top
How
50
many
decks.
planes?
It's still
I don't see
loading.
planes. There's 53 planes in the top 50 decks.
That's what, 3 White Weenie decks? 4 maybe?
3 or 4. I mean, and there's some planes in the control decks.
Yeah, so it's like maybe 2. Wow.
I think this is a
Alright,
fun segment because it
meanwhile,
illustrates how few White Weenie decks
Saito
were
has
at the top end of the
found his
tournament.
forest, has gotten his Stormbind into play. But in other news, there's a Brine Elemental and a Vesuvian Shapeshifter. But then again, I guess the Shapeshifter is a Brine Elemental right now.
Yeah, exactly, Olipod.
Minamura is tapped down to 1 mana.
Okay, we found the text coverage. Here we go. All right, let's read what happened together. Okay, game 1. Oh my god, there's so much to read through. Yep, Training Walk, Damnation. We saw this stuff, Second Factory. Okay, so we kind of cut away around here. So
Where
Mark
are
plays his Second Factory.
Yeah, I was trying to figure that out too.
Guillaume snapbacks a blocker. Why not? But mostly is threatening Triskelvis. And then Teferi gets teachings for Teferi.
Saito's upkeep.
Sorry.
So Brine Elemental got
Okay.
flipped.
So then Guillaume teachings for Teferi, which makes sense. You
So
want to
that
protect your
Shapeshifter
Triskelvis.
was a Brine
Because if you can, you're probably going to
So
win.
It stays a Brine Elemental all the way
Stay
Then
with
here,
until it as long
We'll
as it stays separate.
pause the friends over here.
And then the draining work becomes a problem. And I did say draining work is a reasonable way to actually try and close out a game more quickly. Factory tokens can't block it. It deals damage in pretty big chunks. If you can protect it for a couple turns, you're going to be good. But most players are out of spells here, so kind of hard to protect your draining work is one of the problems. And Tendrils of Corruption also is a big problem. Yeah, and then Tendrils happens. Okay, so basically the players don't have enough threats to win the game if the threat isn't lands, because lands are the only thing that can't be touched in this game. And then this is kind of what's happening, yeah. Wafo-Tapa returns his Triskelvis with the Catamaruans, replaying it, turns into 4 creatures, which makes sense because your Triskelvis gets sudden death, you can't get any tokens off of it. And then basically, yeah, Wafo-Tapa is... Oh, this was a clever play. We didn't unfortunately get to see this on camera, but Triskelvis gets Temporal Isolation, but then Guillaume shoots it with a Triskelvite, which is the tokens it makes, to put it back in his bin to recur it again with the Academy Ruins. And then, okay, draining work basically ends the game from there. That's really cool. So Guillaume basically wins with his Academy Ruins, which I think getting Triskelvis back infinitely is better than making more factory tokens. I think factory tokens are better at pressuring in the mid portion, like the mid of the game. But I think later you want Triskelvis, and this when you have this many lands and this much mana, I think Triskelvis is way better. So it's funny that Wafo-Tapa said he would rather have a second factory, but I think his Academy Ruins actually wins him game 1. And thankfully, we don't have to worry about this anymore because we're now in a completely different environment. Yeah, you read that right. 30 mana in a single turn did happen in this game. It was a lot of mana got made in Story Chance. But basically, like, both players grinded out until there was almost no threats left, and Wafo-Tapa had the last threat because it's recursive. And then the game ends. So let's talk about game 2. So now we need to look at the sideboards. Like I said, it's a blessing that there's only one pre-sideboarded game. The texture of this game changes completely in game 2. Completely.
It is now the do still.
So your opponent's sideboard matters a ton in this matchup. It is now basically the only thing you have to care about. This goes from a matchup where it's all about grinding you out with Urza's Factories to you have a legitimate way to get an advantage against your opponent uncounterably. And the way this happens is with Detritivore, which many people have already mentioned. It is the mirror breaker of this format. Detritivore, if you don't know, it's a 4-mana creature, although we don't care about that. It has power and toughness because it's a Vor creature. It's a logo for whatever, equal to the number of, I think, non-basic lands in graveyards, which also doesn't matter. The thing that matters is that you can suspend it, like Aeon Chronicler. And when you suspended a Detritivore, you put time counters on it, because that's how this cycle of cards worked from this set. When you remove a counter from a suspended Detritivore, you destroy a target non-basic land. We've already talked about how Urza's Factory and Storage Lands are the entire matchup in their essence. Those are the things that matter the most. If you can suspend a Detritivore and destroy all of your opponent's non-basic lands, your opponent cannot win. They can barely cast any spells. And because Suspend is a special action, you can it is impossible for your opponent to interact with the Suspend using their permission. Their counterspells do not work. The only thing that actually checks Detritivore in this matchup is Pull from Eternity, which is a white instant that both players have access to, especially after board. Mark actually has it in his main. Wafo-Tapa has it in his board. But if you can pull from Eternity to Detritivore, you can put it in the graveyard out from the exile zone where it's suspended. That is the only way to deal with Detritivore. Because even if you counter it when it resolves, the creature part of the Detritivore actually doesn't matter very much. It's the fact that it destroys all the lands. But as we've noted, you can teachings for a Detritivore with Teferi in play. So now the matchup has become about Teferi and Detritivore. That's basically the only thing that matters. And the games get a lot faster because now both players have a real threat that they can actually try and set up. And if you successfully set up your Detritivore, you're going to win the game once the counters come off because your opponent just cannot fight back. So this game's interesting. I don't know what happened in this game.
Seem to be a bunch of flyers.
Wafo-Tapa has a Triskelvis. And Triskelvite's getting sudden death, which seems like not a winning plan from Mark.
Sudden shock's one of the Pentavite.
Sudden deathing a 1/1.
Sudden death.
Sudden death. Sorry.
And Mark, I'm pretty sure, doesn't have Damnation in anymore. So I don't fully know how he got to the state in the game. We could read the text coverage again. Guillaume has a card in his mouth. There's more than one French player that does this, by the way. Antoine Royal also puts cards in his mouth.
He's on 11.
But, you know, need both hands to move all your lands around.
Next token, charges up a land. Here comes the Tridivore.
Oh! There is a suspended Detritivore already. Ah! Interesting. So there is a Detritivore here for Wafo-Tapa. Sorry, for Herberholz. Oh, I see what happened. So Guillaume's trying to win this game because he's gonna lose to this Detritivore if he can't close the game fast enough. So I think that's why Wafo's deploying threats, and that's why Mark's like sudden deathing 1/1s.
Here's Think Twice.
I don't know how many counters are on this Detritivore from Mark, but enough that it's gonna cause a problem, basically. Especially because I think there's at least one factory in play.
Takes out a Dreadship Reef.
Is the factory gone?
And again.
Where's the factory?
Alright. Here's Think.
Oh, Academy Ruins is in the bin. Okay. This is a very important snapshot that I missed when we came back to this game. So this Detritivore that Herberholz has, just barely on screen, half covered by this lower third. This Detritivore has killed this Academy Ruins. Now Guillaume's plan from game 1 doesn't work because he can't get this Triskelos back. And he's going to start losing more lands. If his factory is in the bin too, he basically cannot win this game unless he beats down Mark fast enough. Mark is going to win the long game if that's the game state we're in. If Wafo-Tapa has his factory still, maybe he can still do something. But he also has 2 factories. So if you don't have your ruins and your opponent has 2 factories to your 1 and all your lands are getting blown up, you can't really use your storage lands. Very tough to win.
Now, how much gas does he have left in his hand?
That's a graveyard. That's not a hand. Yeah, he picked up Guillaume's graveyard. That's way too many cards to be your hand.
Not much gas.
Thanks, Hans. Thanks for coming by. Yep, the full stream should be available right after we're done, and then video will be coming out in a couple weeks, hopefully.
He's in trouble.
Yes, correct, Randy. Wafo-Tapa is in trouble.
15 to 11. Guillaume's going to be attacking for what? 1, 2, 3.
He's in trouble?
Right now?
I mean, I don't know if he has tendrils in or not.
So 4?
But there's 3 extra points.
Right, so 7, so that's an effective 4. Mark Herberholz needs to top deck an answer.
Is he going to die to Triskelos beatdown? That's wild. I actually don't know if the players kept tendrils in. That's an interesting question. You typically don't need the removal spell, so maybe you don't want it. But maybe 1 is good to teachings for.
4 lands off the top of his deck to go with the one that was in his hand.
Incredible.
So if he does manage to top deck something here.
So Wafo-Tapa's done the right thing here. He's basically identified that I can't win this game if it goes long, so I have to beat you down. So he's just playing all his creatures and attacking. Oh. That's what. Okay, so that's what I missed. So this Triskelos has been recurred for most of this game. That's actually tough. So it seems like the Detritivore didn't come fast enough for Herberholz this game. After this game, we'll watch the text coverage, I think. And then the last games of the series, I won't spoil how many, even though I know how many there are. We'll watch them in full. But I think we'll have to check the text coverage of game 2 too, just to make sure we understand what happened here.
Even just...
But he's dead on board.
He looks dead on board. Drew, I see Chronicler.
Oof. Wait, why is ISO in his deck? Oh, it's a Pool of Maternity. Yeah, that's Pool of Maternity. Sorry, I thought it was Temporal Isolation. I was like, why?
Wow, Mark Herberholz almost won that Academy Ruins fight.
It's funny, again, the Academy Ruins that Wafo-Tapa maligned.
Pilot the only 2 cards from his main deck that he
looking pretty good here.
And they look like they're about to win him the second of 2 games.
Randy, stop stealing my lines. I feel like subconsciously I must have known he was going to say that because I've obviously seen this so many times. But before I made the video, the last time I watched this would have been like 15 years ago, maybe?
The sideboard games are going to be all about Pull from Eternity to Tridivore fights. He hoped his extirpates were going to give him the answer, but Wafo-Tapa took the opportunity to extirpates, Even that fight up.
Oh. Wafo-Tapa, very
Eventually,
clever.
Did
Turning off the extirpates with your own
lose his
extirpate.
Academy runes to a Detritivore, but not before he got Triskelvis into play one last time. Here's an attack for 4. Mark Herberholtz is down to 3.
There you go. Randy doing the play-by-play
Trying
for
to
me.
bluff
I mean, that
Tendrils
is his
corrupt.
job, I guess.
I mean, well, that's what Guillaume's thinking, right? Does this guy, I can sack, and deal 3 damage, but if he's got life gain, I mean, this is tough for Guillaume, right?
Tendrils is interesting here because
I mean,
if
does he wanna
Guillaume leaves up a
sacrifice his
Pentavite
board position
token
to try to cash in a
to
win
be able
now?
to sacrifice, you can ping the
Or does he
Tendrils
wanna
target and
force
negate the
Herberholtz to
Tendrils
show
very
him the
easily.
answer?
But
That's easy draw a card.
I'm curious if
I will
Wafo-Tapa
I don't
decides
even
to
know
try
what
and
he
kill
has
him here.
left in terms of win conditions.
He does pass. Very patient.
Wow.
I think it's correct to pass.
Let go.
You're not going to die, right? I don't think you ever die here.
He's gonna
I
get
think you
draw
have to
phase
turn off Tendrils in order to win this game. You're already going to win on
because
board.
He's been able to effectively bluff. Tendrils
I mean, it is a nice bluff from Heezy to give yourself another turn. I think they're correct. I think Guillaume's play is correct. I think you're supposed to pass. That also assumes Heezy has a Tendrils, but I'm pretty sure players have book 1 or 2.
I saw that right, didn't I?
Because it is a decent removal spell.
Oh my goodness.
You drew a Tendrils? I don't think it matters. When are you going to Tendrils?
I can't believe that just happened.
But the problem here is
Yeah, when are you ever going to Tendrils? You can't Tendrils Triskelvis because it's going to get shot
Everything gets killed as
by
a
a Triskelvite, and you can't Tendrils a Triskelvite because they'd sacrifice
Well,
themselves.
here's a ton of mana from Guillaume.
This is factory to block the
He's losing
Detritivore,
the
I'm pretty
red
sure,
zone,
because
so
he's going to
he's
die,
gonna
I think, if he
Detritivore.
doesn't block. Yeah, he's going to block.
Guillaume makes a token.
Okay, doesn't block the Detritivore, but
Block. So
Has to
Guillaume's
block.
gonna Take, is that 5? How big's the Detritivore? 3/3, I think. Might be a 2/2.
yeah, that's probably true, Olipod. Probably just kept the 2 they had.
Guillaume still has the ability.
Makes sense.
Guillaume
Like,
has
it's
the
a removal
ability
spell
to
that kills
sack
Teferi
anytime
and
he
Draining
wants
Work.
to.
Like,
So if Heezy ever goes for Tendrils,
probably good enough.
Guillaume can kill him as response.
Yeah, Heezy, I think Heezy can win from this spot.
3.
Hey, Cactus,
Tendrils
thanks.
is his own guy.
Good to be live. It's been a while.
Guillaume goes
Haven't
over
done
the
a stream
top,
of
and
any kind in a
Guillaume
while.
played it
Yeah.
right.
Yep.
Guillaume Wafo-Tapa wins 2
Randy
games
figured it
to
out.
0.
Yeah, the Tendrils actually wasn't a top deck in the sense that he couldn't use
Yeah,
it.
Right. Right.
Wafo-Tapa
Well played
played
by
that
Guillaume
perfectly.
Wafo-Tapa.
Yeah, perfect
Didn't
play.
want
Unsurprisingly, a well-played game from Wafo-Tapa. Let's check the coverage. Oh no. Oh no. I'm opening the wrong things. Here we go. Nope. Did it wrong again. Back we go. Nailed it. All right. So let's see what we missed in game 2, and then let's get to the next few games in the semifinal. And we'll take a break, and we'll do the finals. Okay, on the play, Mark Mulligans. Wafo-Tapa misses a land drop. Extirpate. Extirpate what? Okay, so Wafo-Tapa just slams Triskelvis early on. Draining Welk gets extirpated. See some cards. Triskelvis gets Tendrils. Wafo-Tapa finds his extirpate, taking extirpate away, which is very smart. I think Wafo has less extirpates than Mark has, so using his defensively in that way makes a lot of sense. Blah, blah, blah. Teferi gets counted. Haunting him. Wait. Guillaume got Haunting him and discarded 2 Detritivores? Brutal. Then put Triskelvis on top. Triskelvis gets cancelled. This is the problem. You can't keep cancelling this Triskelvis. It's going to keep getting recurred. Mystical Teachings find another cancel. Guillaume's Teachings for Teachings. Riders are getting RSI. Makes a lot of sense. Triskelvis back. They lose the counter war. Sudden Death kills it. But the Triskelvites also come off. That's actually one of the other things. I mentioned it already, but Wafo-Tapa would take his counters off his Triskelvis immediately to make 1/1s. So if you got Sudden Death, he would still have some creatures. And Chronicler for 1. Pull from Eternity. Got the Triskelvis back. Countered by the Draining Welk. Oh, very, very neat play here from Guillaume, understanding how Draining Welk works. It is a trigger when Draining Welk is getting its counters, so actually, Draining Welk versus Triskelvis is a losing fight for a Draining Welk, even if you get a good spell. And having an extra Triskelvite meant that even the Triskelvis getting Draining Welk, which is a huge problem otherwise, is able to get dealt with. Wafo-Tapa, again, knows the matchup beautifully. More flashbacks, more counters. Mark suspends 2 Detritivores. 1 gets pulled. And then the Academy ones gets killed. But it's actually just barely too late, it looks like. We pretty much watched the game from here. So Wafo-Tapa basically just slammed Triskelvis into play, made Triskelvites every single time he could, and then just attacked until Mark died. It looks like, from reading this, it seems like the 2 key moments were understanding how... understanding that you have to extirpate if you're Wafo-Tapa, and finding the line with Mark using extirpate early, because, again, Mark has 3 extirpates total between his main deck and his sideboard, so you kind of need to use one of them, because you're not going to get that many good opportunities to get, like, the best card ever. But because extirpate is reactive in the sense that you have to have a card in your graveyard to hit in order to get anything, Mark's kind of pressured to use one, and then Guillaume is able to counter the rest of them by extirpating the rest of Mark's extirpates, which is actually genius. That is, like, a really smart thing to know. Looking at these deck lists and looking at this matchup and being like, in the post-boarded games, this is the most important thing I need to do when extirpate gets played. It's actually really funny because extirpate and surgical are, like, not particularly good cards. Every now and then they're useful, but certainly from the standpoint of, like, actually using them to deal with people's other cards in, like, a control mirror or a more fair matchup, not very good. If your opponent's trying to cheat big spells into play and do, like, broken stuff, like with Reanimator, yeah, extirpate and surgical are going to be much better cards. But in any sort of reasonable matchup, you're actually generally trading down. You use your extirpate to get, like, a bunch of cards from their deck and their bin, and, like, those aren't typically real. Those aren't really cards in hand that your opponent has. Even if your opponent has a copy or 2 in their hand, you didn't actually do anything because they already put the card in the graveyard somehow, and then you extirpating it is like whatever. So those cards tend to not be that good, tend to get overrated. I think in this matchup, not as good as they look, but having access to the tool seemed good, which is why both players have access to it. But in a previous block constructor format where there was also a lot of control on control, Cranial Extraction was one of the most important cards in the matchup. And it's funny how much better that card was in that matchup. And that's because Cranial Extraction is proactive. It is a card you can play and then you get to name the card. And then you take them out of the deck. Still very slow, still very ponderous. But if you are playing a control mirror, pushing through Cranial Extractions in Kamigawa, this is Kamigawa block constructed, actually makes a difference in the control mirrors because... taking your opponent's key cards and grinding them out is actually good, but it works because you can proactively name cards you care about. So it's funny that, like, one meta had this type of card be very good and arguably one of the most important cards in the matchup, and another version with a similar card turns out the card's much worse, and it's just because extirpate versus Cranial Extraction. Extirpate's just so much more reactive, even if it's cheaper, more efficient, has split second, all this stuff. Like, it just turns out not to matter that much. So Guillaume, knowing he needs to extirpates, very good. And then understanding the Draining Work trigger, which is pretty straightforward, also very good. Those are basically the 2 things that led Guillaume to the spot he was in. He was basically forced to do the thing he did, which was beat down because he knew he was going to lose the long game, but managed to beat down. Up 2 games to 1. 2 games to 0, excuse me. Looking good for old Guillaume.
Risk sacrificing his man because if he sacrifices
the world's Cranial Extraction will forever trigger me. I'm not surprised. Oh boy.
Yeah,
we'll talk about that card in the PT Philly video, that's for sure.
Before he took that damage, so once that damage got hit, Guillaume Wafo-Tapa.
All right, let's find the game. Players are sideboarding. Mark's hat is backwards. He's powering up. All right. All right, finally, a full control on control game with no cutaways from the coverage. The coverage is forced to watch this matchup. That's all they have left. Somehow they have. Well, I'm not gonna spoil the video length because that might ruin some things. But there's less time than I thought left in this video. All right. So land go still matters. Mark has the mountain in. Both players have their mountains because, again, Detritivore, probably the most important card in the matchup. If you can suspend Detritivore, not get it pulled, or protect it if they try and pull it, and then destroy your opponent's lands, you are going to win that game 9 times out of 10. So now we go from a very grindy matchup where lots of mana and Teferi and things like that get traded back and forth, and card advantage and teachings and extirpate all kind of matter. Those things are still true, but now both players have a threat that if they have enough resources, they can legitimately tutor for, and if they tutor for it and protect it, it will win you the game. That didn't exist in Game 1, which is why it was so long and grindy. But now players actually have like a card they can reasonably tutor for that will
taps out. He's like, what is...
win them the game.
Guillaume gonna do to me? It's just one of those places
or effectively win the game. It still takes a few turns for Detritivore to come into effect, but you'll effectively win the game if you destroy a bunch of your opponent's lands. Also, I'm pretty sure Guillaume has more
He'll take the
Detritivores
opportunity for a careful
than
consideration of his own.
Heezy does. Heezy has
He's
2,
alive
I'm
for
pretty
second
sure.
blue mana, but he's got it.
Where is Guillaume's deck? I do have it. Hello? Nope, wrong. Here we go. Here's Guillaume's deck real quick. Yeah, he has 3 Detritivores.
Much heralded Academy Ruins in hand.
Again, kind of, I think kind of a case of like Wafo-Tapa knowing that in this matchup, this is what matters, so I'm going to bring the amount of copies that I need.
Handful of
Mark only has 2 pulls from Eternity. He does have 1 more than Guillaume. He has 1 more than most players, I think.
Doesn't seem like he's
Which
gonna
is very good against the Tridivore. It's like one of the only, it's really the only spell that beats it.
after he's,
But Wafo-Tapa has an extra Tridivore.
deal with the,
So
any potential to try to avoid
the other thing about this matchup is like the other suspend creature matters too. Like because you are able to put more pressure on your opponent in this matchup, because you have access to a card that actually pushes you forward and like lets you win the game, you can just like start playing other threats and make them use their spells, right? Because if you start getting hit, you're still bad time if you get hit.
early here.
Like if they suspend a Chronicler, which is exactly what Guillaume is doing right now, sure, it's going to draw a bunch of extra cards, which is the primary reason it's in the deck. But
Looks like for 2.
if it comes off, it's going to start attacking. And again, same thing, puts pressure on Mark,
Pull from Eternity ready.
forces you to do something, and then
Puts that in the graveyard.
usually force them to tap mana on their own turn. One of the cool things about suspend creatures is that once you tap out for them to suspend them, you don't have to you stay on tap the rest of the time. So you're a little bit vulnerable, but only for like a turn. And if you're a Fairy player, you can do it instant speed, so you're not even vulnerable. Oh, they're the same amount of pulls. Okay. So Guillaume also understanding that pull is a really important card. Wanting access to 2, even though they both only have 1 planes.
Still got another,
But I think they have lens and
very
cast form
in
pulls.
case of
All right, so
Tridivore shows up, although
Aeon Chronicle got
we're
pulled
not
before
looking
Guillaume
at
could draw a card of it. That's actually pretty good.
terribly harmful to Mark.
Trading 6 of Guillaume's mana for your 1, and Guillaume didn't even draw a card.
Battles, right?
Good 1-for-1 trade there for Easy. But part of the problem is that if you do that, because you are worried about the pressure Aeon Chronicle puts on you and the card that it draws your opponent, you don't have one for the Tridivore. Which is exactly what happened. That's wild.
Sitting on another one.
Ah.
And it's really use it or lose it on his white source there, right?
So Guillaume suspending for 1 is interesting to me, but I think he knows he has others. Because again, the only card that beats the Tridivore is Pull from Eternity, and he just saw 1. So even if Heezy uses 1 here, which I don't know if he does, but even if he uses 1 here,
Mark doesn't have to
now
wait until his own
Guillaume's
turn.
other 2 Detritivores, he can suspend for like 5. And then it's just Ogre. Like, you just lose. You can't win. You either don't play lands,
Teachings for an extirpate.
or
Ah,
you just cry deeply.
what is the extirpate here?
Let's see, what is here?
You can't expertise the Tridivore. Teachings?
Get rid of
Triskelos.
Triskelos. Get that thing
Really?
out of here. I'm tired of losing to it. Gone.
Wafo-Tapa is like, we know that's the only one. Didn't even show his hand to Mark. Mark's like, I still want to see it.
Okay, that's fascinating. That Mark felt so much pressure from that Triskelos that he decided to
So
basically like Soul Guide Lantern it there.
Couple cancels.
It's pretty interesting.
Teachings.
I mean, there's not really anything else you can get. Like, Careful Consideration is not a bad hit.
Card between the teachings and the
Aeon Chronicle probably doesn't matter, but you could get it. It might be the best target, but again, like Mark kind of has to use his extirpates, right? Why are you asking your opponent if he changes sideboard? Just look through his
Research
deck.
here. There was some sideboarding that went on.
Anyway, Guillaume's in a really good spot. Even if this Chronicle ends up getting pulled before it destroys a land, and it's only for 1, so it's not that threatening, Guillaume knows that one of his Detritivores is safe.
Wafo-Tapa's
So
been playing
in a stalemate board,
tendrils versus Sudden Death.
where both players have access to a lot of mana,
Sure,
deploying
Mark
it big enough to
knows how do
Tridivore
that.
will eventually win Wafo-Tapa the game. So I think Mark knows that the onus is on him to try and win the game faster. So how do you do that? I think the best way to do that is draining Welk, but we'll find out. I actually don't know how this game ends.
Teachings in Wafo-Tapa's hand, so
I feel like I
once
spent
we get
so
to Wafo-Tapa,
much of the research of this video watching game 1 specifically
extirpate extirpates.
that I'm
Good.
now in territory that I'm not as familiar with. So I'm excited because I haven't seen this particular game in a long time.
Meanwhile, Mark's got to pull the Tridivore, right? defend his
I
white
think
source.
he has to. He doesn't have a lot of mana here.
The Tridable also like attacks. It's not a bad attacker. It's actually pretty small, I think. If you only suspend it for 1. Did he pull?
Makes a lens, uses the mana, filters mana through the lens.
Okay, so he does pull the Detrital. But again, now Guillaume is at the point where his Detrital, his next Detrital is probably going to win the game if he suspends it for enough. And he doesn't even need to suspend it for that many because he has another one. So the onus definitely feels like it's on Mark to do something here. Maybe Teferi? If he finds Teferi and protects it, that's pretty good.
Mystical teachings
In the graveyard.
in the graveyard. Flashback at another.
Was I a control player in this era? Oh, yes. Yes, I was. I was more of a standard control player. I've watched this Pro Tour a lot of times, and the DNA of this deck is obviously very similar. But yeah, I played Teachings in standard from when it was legal to when it was not, basically. And then after that, I played Mono Blue Pickles. So yeah, I played control a lot in this era. Even though I didn't specifically play this block format.
The pit crew just.
Oh, that'd be sweet, Joseph. I'd love to play a Teachings Cube.
Thought we'd clean the building out.
Yeah, I do love this deck. Mystical Teachings is like one of my favorite cards of all time. It's in my top 5. If you were here earlier, you'll know. But Gifts and Give is my favorite card of all time, which is quite a similar card to Teachings. Thanks, Grim Prospect, for dropping by. You can see the full stream later, and there'll be a video coming out as well that's condensed this. So, if you miss it, don't worry. Just appreciate you being here.
Flashes back to Teachings. Wants to get it the hell out of his graveyard, I think.
How does Mark possibly win this game? Yeah, same thing. Wafo-Tapa has to defend his Teachings from Extirpates. Could have found an Extirpate here and used it instead. That is actually...
So that list of...
So, Wafo-Tapa could have got Extirpate here, which is what he did in game 1, and then his Teachings in that graveyard would be protected forever. He wouldn't have to worry about it. I think the reason he's doing this is because he knows that if he Teachings for a narrow card like Extirpate, even though it protects his future Teachings, he doesn't have another one. And probably the most important thing to hold on to in this game is your copy of Mystical Teachings. Because if you have a Teachings, you always have an answer to the problem your opponent presents. And Guillaume also is probably trying to set up a line where he's going to Teaching for Detrital, suspend it, and win. Effectively win. Not win on the spot, but effectively win. So I think that's why he's so precious with his Teachings. Even though he could have dealt with the Extirpate problem here, if he does that, you run out of gas. And I don't think you can afford to run out of cards in a control mirror when you have such a powerful effect available to you. But Guillaume's vulnerable now. He's lost some mana. Teferi's in play. Like, if Guillaume has a counterspell here, or Mark doesn't have a sudden death, I actually think Mark's in a lot of trouble. Now, he does have time.
Yeah.
He's gonna... Oh, he's playing... Wait, why is he playing a Chronicler? I thought he suspended it. So you can't resolve a suspended Chronicler with Teferi in play because Teferi is such off suspend. But, like, he's just playing it as a blocker?
Wow.
1 Gemstone Caverns, 1 Flagstones of Trocaire, 1 Fireway Sliver.
Did Gil go to attack and then be like, no, pull that back. Pull that back. Pull that back. We don't want that. We don't want this in
3
here.
Stone Cloakers in the top 50.
Okay.
I don't understand.
Take a look at some of the...
Why did Mark just
Wafo-Tapa
play a Chronicler?
What is
I guess he needs a blocker.
haunting him.
Yeah, I guess it's just a blocker.
7 Calciderms. 8 Sarah Avengers. So there were 2 white Winnie decks in the top 50.
Yep.
Cue him with the cards in the mouth again.
Fully 4% of the field.
But this should be Guillaume's game to
One of them was
win
50th, I hear.
from this position.
Anti-Malin was in 50th.
Did he extirpate now? That would be okay.
One guy in the top 50.
Yet another
One guy in the top 49.
Yet another money finish for Anti-Malin.
True.
I think Guillaume Teachings for an extirpate and extirpated extirpate.
All right, well.
Oh, no, he haunting him, Mark. And then sudden death the Aeon... Oh, that's so sick. I think he haunting him and killed the Aeon Chronicler. Because the Aeon Chronicler has power and toughness is equal to the number of cards in your hand. That's so cool. I don't understand how Wafo-Tapa can lose this game.
Fairy.
So let's just look at this position right now. He has no hand. His blocker died. He got hemmed. He lost all his cards. His opponent has Teferi in play. I think his opponent's out of mystical teachings because I think these 3 teachings are in the exile zone, and that's all the copies he has. So it's hard for Guillaume to get access to another card that he needs if he needs it. Like, if he needs a counter spell, he has to draw it. If he needs a draw spell like Careful Consideration, he can't tutor for it. If he needs a Detritivore, he can't tutor for it, which is one of the best reasons to have Teferi in play. But I don't understand how this isn't the last game. And spoiler alert, I don't think it is. Unless I'm misremembering how this went. I don't think... Oh, that's true. He can pull from Eternity. Smarter than me.
That sudden death?
Get sudden death.
Yeah, get sudden death. So you have to get it main phase because they have Teferi. So Teferi's going to die eventually. But he's doing a lot of work right now. Mark also very smartly playing his teachings because he has to play it main phase, which sucks. But like resolving his teachings at a point where he can't get draining whelked, because not only would you lose access to the sudden death you're trying to tutor for, but you would just die because the whelk would be so big. So doing it at a point where he knows Wafo-Tapa doesn't have mana to cast a whelk is really important window to find.
Sudden death does kill Teferi.
Yeah, sudden death kills Teferi, and now we're kind of reset again, but Herb holds is at 8. But I think Wafo-Tapa is
Mark has to work pretty hard to get
mostly out of gas. Because it's hard for him to... Unless he has pull, it's hard for him to teachings again.
Hand is a Tendrils, an Orborg, and that's it.
Ooh, the hand is not very good.
Easy's hand, also pretty thin.
So I wonder if Wafo-Tapa got his teachings extirpated there. And that's how he lost the last one? I think that might have been what happened. We'll check the text coverage after. Careful Consideration, good. Is he going to get whelked? That's really bad. Alright, but he has to Tendrils the Draining Whelk, right?
Draining Whelk on Careful Consideration. That's a big thing.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
Oh, there's the Tendrils.
I was like...
And he's got the cancel?
What?
Hello.
Oh, no.
5/5 flyer.
That's how he loses. I think the game's over.
Guillaume literally out of cards.
The Detritivore can't race this. If Mark has like one more counterspell, the game's over. I think if it's a teachings, the game's over. That's a good Careful Consideration. He can't currently cast a cancel unless he plays a land. Because I don't think he has storage. I don't think he has storage counters right now.
Didn't dip his hand. But very proud. Strutting a little bit at this point, I think.
I tell you, asking, watch the Pro Tour Rebels vid. How do I think Mono Red is it compares? I am doing a video on that Pro Tour. That's like the next video I'm doing. Apart from this one, I guess. That's like the next like video essay video I'm doing. I actually think it's quite a bit different from that Pro Tour. I think the only thing it shares is a big metagame share for one of the decks, but I think it's a much better metagame for how polarized the metagame was. I think it's a much more interesting Pro Tour than Rebels. Like much more interesting.
Mark's explaining the rules to head Judge Sheldon Menery there. I'm not sure what that is.
John Doe, any chance we can get a video on something Pauper related? I would love to do a Pauper video. My problem is I don't know the Pauper tournaments well enough to like know what moment to talk about or know what event to talk about. I love the format. I played it quite a bit. Big fan of Legacy and Pauper. I've done a Legacy video before. I'll probably do more on the channel. Kind of same thing with Pauper. I'd like to do one eventually. But I kind of have to find like a good thing to do. Time Spell Block Constructed is a good one. It's a good draft format, so a cube of that format would be sick. Or just block, yeah, that would also work. Just only the blue-black control cards. Okay, Marcus are teachings, the game's over. And this is kind of what I was talking about with Draining Whelk. Like, Draining Whelk's one of the few cards that actually changes the tempo of the game significantly enough for you to basically deploy a threat and protect it and win. And Mark found a really clean window in this game to Draining Whelk a key spell.
Trying to get rid of answers to 5/5 flyer.
Extirpate tendrils? Is that what Randy just said?
Extirpates the tendrils.
Yeah.
That's not going to do it.
Okay. It's a 5/5.
So here's the Detrital Vault, by the way. Wafo-Tapa found one. It actually doesn't hit that many lands. It hits only 2 right now. But that would be crippling enough. Like, look at how many more lands Wafo-Tapa has than Mark. And it's still not going to matter. Because it turns out you can actually kill your opponent in Control Mirror. You just have to have a threat go the distance. So I think in a long enough game, Wafo-Tapa would win this game. But he's not going to have a long time. Because Mark found the perfect window to thread this Draining Welk in. I'm not kidding, by the way. I hadn't seen this game in a long time. But as soon as I saw the board state, I was like, oh, the Draining Welk is really good here if Mark has it. And he did. That was pretty sick. Sometimes I do know what I'm talking about when it comes to Magic.
What's going on?
I don't know. I saw Sheldon talking with.
Oh, I know what this is about. So there's a judge call here. It doesn't really matter, but it turns out Mark cast Extirpate with a Teferi in play at some point in this game. I don't think it made a big difference. I don't think the Extirpate was like particularly important, but he cast it as an instant with Teferi in play, which you're obviously not allowed to do. So this is what this conversation is about. And both players get a warning, I'm pretty sure, but didn't mean to do it. No other player noticed. In this era of Magic, both players are expected to keep the board state and be aware of things, so you are not allowed to miss stuff like this, I'm pretty sure, which I think is not the best application of policy. To have both players have to be aware of all the things that are happening when like one player's cards are clearly more important to them, and I'm pretty sure the policy is different now. But this is what this judge calls about. We'll skip ahead. Mark, everyone gets a warning and it's fine. Basically. Okay, so the judge call happens.
No jump blocking for you.
What happens here? You're at 5, Draining Welk's at 5/5. Plays a 1/1 to try and jump block, gets sudden death. GG!
There goes the jump. No jump blocking for you. Mark Herberholz is on the board. Wins game 3.
There you go.
of the semifinal.
Heezy's on.
Guillaume
Scoreboard.
Wafo-Tapa still leads, but now his lead is 2-1. Guillaume won.
Always wild to see the top table stumble over judge calls. Let me tell you, it happens a lot. And I think people don't appreciate how hard Magic is and how good pro players are. And still, the game is so complicated that, like, every pro makes mistakes. Every pro. The pros that don't make mistakes or don't make a lot of mistakes, that's like the John Finkel, Kai Buddes of the world. Like, and even then, I'm sure they may play mistakes on camera before. The game's really hard.
The first 2 in the
Anyway,
quarterfinals.
Heezy's on the board, 2-1.
And game 4.
Let's go.
Paulo Carvalho took him to a team.
So let's see what happens in the last game. Yeah, Sheldon Menery's doing the judge call, gives players a warning.
We're not watching.
Can't walk back the game, obviously. Players are sideboarding. Don't look at the timer on the screen. All right. Game 4. Heezy with Hung.
You know, it's interesting that players who come out of the
I like
Pro
Heezy.
circuit,
What a great Magic player.
do better early on in their Pro Tour experience.
All right, so all the things I said before
Maybe a
still
PTQ player.
are the same, by the way. Draining Welk's a big threat. If you can slip one in, it's one of the few ways to accelerate the pace of a game. To try the vault will win you a game if it's allowed to be stay unchecked. Otherwise, it's the same stuff. Lots of back and forth. Lands matter. Control. Storage lands matter. Factory matters. Teferi matters. Teachings matter. Prismatic Lens, good card. Ooh, Heezy playing his lens on 2 is interesting there, because now you don't get to charge your storage land, which actually feels like a pretty big deal. Canterbury one's back for Guillaume. Careful consideration main deck, so your hand needs, main phase, so your hand needs to be fixed here. Not a lot you can run into that matters in the early turns of the game, so tapping out here is totally fine. I think both players in different points in the series have tapped out, but careful consideration is important in the sense of, like, you need to draw, like, you need to hit your land drops, and the best way to do this is to draw more cards, so this is actually a pretty good spot for consideration for Wafo-Tapa, but I am really surprised that Heezy didn't charge his storage land. Maybe he thinks the game is going to be shorter because the Tridivore is a thing you can pour mana into sooner that swings games. But I feel like Teferi and Teachings are important enough that, like, that isn't necessarily true.
Affect any of his decisions this game.
No problem, Mina. Glad to have you here. I don't know what happened with Heezy, actually. Don't know what happened. Just probably stopped playing, I had to guess. But it's a shame. He was really good. I'll find out one day, maybe. Maybe we'll do a Mark Oberholtz video. But no, if you're a lurker, do what makes you happy. If lurking makes you happy, then I welcome you here.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Katsu picked up a 6-month suspension effective at the end of this tournament due to accumulated warnings. So, former world champ will be watching from the sidelines for a little while.
Katsu Hiramori got suspended this tournament. That also happened. I forgot about that. It's funny that they're talking about it. It's like, again, not a lot to talk about in the early turns of this matchup.
Mistakes during gameplay.
That suspension basically ended Mori's career, unfortunately.
When does that suspension end?
Well, it's effective today. So
Thanks, Mino. I appreciate it.
Does that make him eligible?
Okay, so Serpenta Chronicler, want to draw an extra card, get a threat on the board. This is a sensible kind of thing to do early, because it draws you an extra card, which is obviously good. Put something on the board with all your mana untapped is really the main thing. Again, not a lot of scary things you can run into in the early stages of the game when players don't have a lot of storage counters. So it doesn't cost you very much to make this play. And if it works, if your Aim Chronicler just stays in, comes in as a 5/5, 6/6, 7/7 or so, even a 4/4, which is maybe the average Aim Chronicler would be, still good. And you can just start applying pressure and force your opponent to do something. Again, this concept we've talked about the entire match, even though it's very, very grindy, still important to apply pressure to your opponent, even if it seems like a lot of nothing happens in these games. And a lot of nothing does happen. It's just stuff is happening in and amongst the nothing.
Detritivore suspended by Guillaume Wafo-Tapa.
Again, sequencing from Guillaume, very good here. Plays his Aeon Chronicler before he plays his Detritivore, because he knows Detritivore is the more important one.
And Aeon Chronicler was...
Also, because Guillaume has the extra Detritivore, I think this play is good. Again, Detritivore applies a little bit of pressure. I think it's worth just taking out a storage line and giving yourself a mana advantage, because again, it's an escalating thing, right? Even 1 point of pressure is good enough.
Detritivore is so irrelevant when it's in play. Right. It's going to be a 1.
Randy's kind of right.
Chronicler at least has the ability to hit hard, force the opponent to deal with it.
Oh, now he's choosing the factory in the storage line. Chooses the storage line, which kind of surprises me.
Wow. There's his factory on the table?
Because factory is so good.
Took the storage land instead.
That's really interesting.
You know what's fascinating to me about this moment? Because the Detritivore only has 1 count on it. And it is a little bit of pressure, but Randy's kind of right in that, this Detritivore is so small that it's probably not going to do that much work. Granted, he has more Detritivores than Mark, and he probably has another one in his hand, as people are alluding to. So he might not be that worried about this one. He just wants to get a little bit of a mana advantage, because that does matter in the mid-game. Getting ahead a little bit can leverage into bigger things, especially when your opponent can't charge their storage land. But I think Mark presented the factory because he knew his storage land was better than his factory and wanted to present a juicier target. And I think Guillaume realized that Mark realized that. So Guillaume takes out the storage land instead because he doesn't care about the factory. Yeah. Chat's pretty much got it. Factory with this many lands is not good enough. Even the 1/1 Detritivore is going to get some hits in when you only have 5 lands. You need 8 to activate the factory. You have 3 lands and a lens. I know this mirror relatively well too, Profane Magic, but glad to have another expert, another dinosaur in the chat. Atemi asks, at the time, is it better to put another storage count on a land or another card into the Aeon Chronicler draw? I think when he suspended that Chronicler, he had 5 mana exactly. We can go find out. But I think it's just a question of, am I waiting a turn or am I committing? Yeah, here we go. Chronicler. Yeah, he only had he didn't actually have a storage land at all when he did this. So he's just doing it because this is the best window to make this play. And that's all the mana he has.
Does that make him eligible?
In general, I think it's better to charge your storage land, but it kind of depends at what point in the game you're at and what the texture of your hand is like. Also depends what can your opponent do when you tap out, because you have to commit 5 or 6 mana sorcery speed to suspend an Aeon Chronicler.
Sort of baiting a path for the Detritivore.
All right, back to where we are. Detritivore's rolling on in.
Is he going to counter Detritivore?
I mean, this seems like not a good counterspell.
Well, he knows there's multiples of them. Maybe he wants to.
Extirpate? That'll be good.
Doesn't have to deal with another.
Looks like he's got a dismal failure in his hand too. Might be fun to resolve that. Or at least make Wafo-Tapa fight over.
Again, one of the cool things about suspend creatures though is like, even though you have to invest mana up front, when they come off suspend, all your mana's untapped. So they're actually pretty good in the mirror from this perspective too, because there are cards that can force your opponent to do something while you don't have to tap any mana because you already tapped it. Same thing, like you invest the mana early. Oh, that's brutal.
Which that gets whelked. Huh.
Like, how did he even have mana to...
No, he's just gonna flashback teachings. Okay.
Where did he get the mana? Oh, wait, he floated the storage mana? 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm missing something. How does...
Land instead.
That's really interesting.
Oh, I think he floated the mana.
Huh. Wafo-Tapa didn't fall for it. Yeah, he's clearly...
Yeah, so he's floating... So Mark's getting his storage land destroyed. Detritivals resolving. And now it looks like Heezy might want to counter this. But the reason is because he's trying to play teachings, which I don't really understand why. Is he afraid of extirpate? He could be. You can get extirpated in this spot.
Extirpate it so he doesn't have to deal with another.
Oh. Looks like he's got a dismal failure in his hand too. Might be fun to
He has
resolve
4
that.
lands and a lens.
At
Look,
least make Wafo-Tapa fight
he
over
floated storage mana. He only has... He's 5 land-like objects in play. He doesn't have 6 mana. Unless he's took mana off the land that got destroyed, which he did. Oh, I guess he could... Sorry, he could tap the storage land. You're right from that perspective. But the storage land's dying anyway, so he can do it in the upkeep, which is what he's doing. I just don't know why he's flashing this back. Like...
No, he's just gonna flash back.
Like, you don't have any mana floating, I don't think. Maybe you have 1 mana floating. But, like, I don't know what you're getting here. You can't get the Tridivore. It's not in the graveyard. Like, if you're trying to like, get extirpate. Are you just doing it so you don't get extirpated? I think that's the only thing, right? Because Wafo-Tapa can teachings and extirpate here if you don't move your teachings out of the bin. Granted, you can flash back the teachings if he goes for it. When you have to do it when he casts teachings, but you can get around it that way. It's kind of weird to me to tap... I guess you're untapping mana? That's why, I guess. He's just looking for a window to do something because he's about to untap, and Wafo-Tapa is probably not going to do anything with just his 1/1 to Tridivore. This walks right into Draining Welk, though. Yeah, that might make sense too. That he's losing the land and wants to use it now. That does make sense. That he's just using... He's maximizing his mana usage, but I think you end up in like the worst possible spot.
The Tridivore has haste.
If you can't deal with this Draining Welk and Wafo-Tapa can protect it, this game is over. Draining Welk, I think, secretly the MVP of these games. And in fact, all the games that were won after Cyber were won by Draining Welk, I'm pretty sure. Makes sense. It's a counterspell that turns into your biggest threat, and it's a threat you can actually leverage to close out games quickly. It's really hard to find stuff like that in this matchup. The other thing is, if Heezy can deal with this Draining Welk, Wafo-Tapa doesn't lose the game. Like, Heezy can't do anything with his 5 mana. Like, it's just a really smart place to apply pressure that's kind of a win-win for you. Because if it stays in play, your opponent's going to die and get pressured. If it doesn't, they just tapped out and it didn't matter. So Heezy has to find an answer. He's pops careful consideration, looking for an answer. Guillaume's mana advantage still massive, by the way. I think Heezy must have missed land drops this game by the looks of things. Wafo-Tapa has not. That early turn 3 careful consideration kind of paying off here for Guillaume. He has 4 careful consideration in his deck, by the way. There's 1 more than Heezy, so he's like... I think they both have 4 off the board, though. But Guillaume understands. He needs to make land drops, and then there are windows you can try and exploit here. He sequences Aeon Chronicle first, then his Tridivore, and his Tridivore picked off a land. Now an even bigger Tridivore is here. And Wafo-Tapa is just like mounting pressure bit by bit. I don't think that Sword Dance has a single counter on it, by the way. And yet Wafo-Tapa is in an incredible position. 3, 4, 5. That's to try to roll for 1, I think, because the lens has to be used for red mana. But again, just trying to keep Herberholtz back. There's not that many targets that Guillaume has right now for his Tridivore. And this position is one he can keep leveraging. Like, even just 2/2/2 Tridivores are enough pressure And like Wafo-Tapa's mana base keeps growing, and Herbalot's is slowly shrinking. And Heezy's has to use his resources to do other stuff, right? Like he has to deal with the draining work or he dies. He has to deal with these creatures eventually or he dies. Wafo-Tapa just kind of found a perfect window to get ahead, and now he's trying to stay ahead. But if it doesn't work out, he's still ahead. Like that's the beautiful thing about this game plan, I think. He committed enough to get an advantage, but not so much that if the board resets, he's in a bad spot. He's actually still winning, I think, because of the Detritus Wars. But even if it was even, the board's being even in the board state is fine. Man, Mark having to fight Detritus here just feels so bad. Like it's just a 2/2. He has a 5/5 flyer in play. Yeah, Locke, I'm not surprised. 360p is something else. In the edit, like I'll have actual card overlays and stuff so people can read. But live, it's tough. I'm trying to talk about which cards are in play. I'll put my mouse on them if that helps people. But yeah, it's tough.
That's 7 damage, dropping Mark to 4.
This is all we had though back in the day. This is Draining Work. This is Detritus, Prismatic Lens, bunch of lands. This is a Dread Chip Reef. There you go. Hope that helped.
The opportunity to
Extirpate
his own.
Oh, this is a funny one.
He wants to maximize his ability to draw a Tendrils of Corruption.
So Mark knows he's in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble, actually. So he's extirpating his own land to take lands out of his deck to make his draws just a tiny bit better. This probably doesn't even make your draw like 1% better.
Doesn't have time.
But
that Dismal Failure. I guess he had to Dismal Failure because the other Detritus Wars.
It's kind of in trouble. So got to do it.
Time, right? Presumably he sideboarded out all
yeah, the hand cams are good. I actually really like the way they shot the Pro Tour. I mean, I like that they do it now too, to be fair. But I appreciate all the different camera angles we get of the players and their hands sometimes. It feels like it's nice and dynamic. You get all the information you need. It's really cool. Like they shot the Pro Tour this way from like the late 90s to like the 2010s and beyond.
There
I think.
It is. Guillaume Wafo-Tapa.
GG's.
Quick draining Welk. Turn 5, he just welked the Mystical Teachings. And that's all she wrote. Guillaume Wafo-Tapa wins 3-1. He'll be taking on Kazuya Minamura for the Pro Tour Yokohama title.
It's Drownu versus Pickles.
And that is our next matchup. Drownu versus Pickles. Did a lot of yapping about this game. I think we figured out, like, what happened here. It was kind of fun. Like, we kind of started with, like, hey, this matchup's about lands and Teferi. And then we ended with, actually, this matchup's about Draining Welk and Detritus. But kind of like a really cool look at, like, how foundationally control versus control works as a matchup and the fundamental things that matter. And then how both players, but Guillaume especially, clearly understands how the matchup is supposed to be played and where he can veer from the fundamentals of control and control in order to get an advantage. I don't think Guillaume, in pretty much all these games, was ever actually in trouble. I don't think he was ever actually, like, I think all the risks he took were things where he realized that if the worst thing happens to me here, the game is still even or I'm slightly ahead. Just fully understood every single avenue in this game. Every single, like, understood every spell I think his opponent could possibly put on the stack at different moments, understood, like, when to tap out on his own end step, on his own turn, because he was able to leverage an advantage from there. And he just kind of gets picked apart. I think part of it is, like, Guillaume's sideboard, I think, is just better. I think having 3 Detritus, which is the best card in the matchup, just ends up being better than the 2 that Heezy had and the rest of his boarding plan. I think Extirpate is not good, I think is what I would say. I think it is very narrow and ineffective in this matchup, even though both players had access to it and did use it from time to time in this matchup. I think Wafo's defensive Extirpate was the best one there was, but Heezy didn't even get presented that many good opportunities to use Extirpate aggressively in a manner that was good. The cancels he extirpated in game 1 didn't matter, or didn't really matter. Like the he extirpated his own lands, for Christ's sake, at the end of that game. Didn't really do much of anything. So a sweet one, a really sweet match. The next match, I warn you, will not be as long. So if you really like the long control on control games, we are in for control on control, but a very different kind of control on control. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to use the bathroom and make a coffee, which is very important. But I think this is a great match that illustrates how well Guillaume understood control. Not just the deck, because obviously he like brewed this deck, as you're pointing out. But, you know, Mark did a lot of work too. He knew this was the best deck in the format. I think he's right. I think blue-black is easily the best deck in this format. Mark's build was really good. I think he might have indexed a little more into White Weenie and the rest than Guillaume did. And I think Guillaume knew exactly what he needed for these games, and also obviously built his deck enough to beat the aggro decks too, even though he almost lost in the quarterfinals. Yeah, really sweet match. I think it's tough to unpack because like you need to know so much about control to understand all of the little things, the intricacies that happened that led to this win, and it's hard for me to explain those things live in the short amount of time I have. Hopefully I did a decent job of giving you the overview. I think the edited version of this video will have like a more robust, clean explanation of how this worked, but really cool match, really cool semis between these two. Who's the next opponent? Olipod, it's Kazuya Mitamura is his opponent with a very, very cool deck. All right, I am going to take a quick break. I'm going to make a coffee. I'll be back in a few minutes. We'll play some Orbit Creation music, and we'll be back shortly. See you soon. I think part of it is that I can't hear. So I think there's music baked into the other scene, and I can't hear it. So I think you can all hear it, but I can't hear it. So I think I had more than one music track playing, which was a questionable experience, to say the least. Hello, I'm back. All right, so let me go back to chat because I was reading, but I guess you guys couldn't hear me, which is fair. Where was I? Thanks Olipod for posting deck lists. Thanks for the love on the channel, CEO. Thanks Travis for enjoying the channel. And Profane Magic too, appreciate that. Yes, we're coming back with the finals. Someone asked if we're doing both the semis. I am not. I'm just doing Wafo's games today, excluding the quarterfinals because it was not a control mirror, but we could do the other matchups one day maybe. The other semis, the quarterfinal and semis, so Wafo-Tapa's quarters and the other semifinal are both really good, but just not as relevant to the recent topic that I did a video on, so didn't want to do all of them. But we could do them another day if people like this kind of thing. Pokemon Black and White tomorrow comes out tomorrow. Let's go. Ra Clucking Wit, honestly. There's lots of good cards in Standard right now. People talking about Serrated Arrows. Absolute based card. Very good in this format. Oh, thanks, Profane Magic. I appreciate it. All right, cool. And we're also learning how to live stream again. Clearly, because we may have failed. Have coffee. It took a bit longer than I thought. I wasn't getting stun locked in the bathroom as someone suggested. And oh, sorry, the song name. Wait, the song name of the break song or the Orbital Creation song? Because now I don't know which one's which, but something. Sustenance has been achieved. All right, let's do the finals. So, as alluded to, this is a very different matchup. Hugh, love the question. I'll answer in a second. So, it is control and control, but it is not the control and control certainly that we just watched, and it's not the control and control that maybe we think of. So, Guillaume is playing Teachings, obviously, and Minamura is playing blue-black control, but a very different build. Minamura is playing the Pickles Lock, which is, as I said, one of my favorite combos of all time. Big fan. Let's find the deck list, and then I'll explain how the Pickles Lock works. In fact, we'll just look at his deck list in general, because, again, these are both blue-black control decks that play Tendrils and Damnation. That is about as similar as they get. I have way too many folders. Where are you, Minamura? Here we go. Alrighty, so here's Minamura's deck in this beautiful window. Okay, so Minamura, as you can see, 24 lands, which is kind of a mad lad thing, but there's a reason why his deck's way more mid-rangey than Guillaume's deck. Still has an Urza's Factory, so still caring about the matchup in that way. One Urborg, which is not very many, doesn't even have Tendrils of Corruption, actually. So Urborg's kind of just helping his fixing a little bit. But he does have a decent amount of black cards, which is why he has so many swamps. He has 5 swamps in this deck. 4 reefs, 4 expanses, kind of standard stuff there, 4 lenses, all the normal mana pieces. But he has 14 creatures, which is way more than we saw. I think that's more creatures than we saw in the last matchup almost, which is very fun. 4 cancels, 2 draining works, so the same counter suite. Both players have the same amount of permission, pretty much. Dismal Failure, I think, is in Guillaume's sideboard, and Minamura has Willbender, which is kind of fun, but and Dismal Failure actually as well. But for the most part, players have about the same amount of permission. Certainly in game 1 they do. 4 considerations, same thing. Both care about this card drawing spell. Some removal, because again, you have to play some. Snapback and Strangling Suit for Minamura instead of Tendrils, which I think is much worse, but it's whatever. Minamura does have Phyrexian Totem, which is actually on the screen, conveniently. This is mostly a mana rock, so he has a little bit of extra mana in his artifacts, but Wafo-Tapa does have access to disenchant in afterboard, but Phyrexian Totem is not a bad card in this matchup. If the coast is clear, you can make this a 5/5 and just attack with it, and that is a very, very good permanent to beat down with. But like Phyrexian Negator, because that is the card it's modeled after, when this takes damage, you have to sacrifice that many permanents. If you get your Phyrexian Totem that's animated, Tendrils of Corruption with an Urborg play, you lose instantly. you cannot win if that happens. So there's some landmines for Minoru to have to navigate around here in this matchup, which is very funny. But otherwise, Totem is a very good card. It beats people down. This card's real good. Actually, like genuinely good in this matchup if you can use it safely, which is the problem. But as far as like attacking and like opening up games, Phyrexian Totem really good at that. Much better than Factory at winning games. You can even potentially attack into Factory tokens and still kill them with a Totem because it has trample. Again, you'll lose your board slowly, so it doesn't last forever, but Totem's actually a good threat. It's just it's a high-risk one. The big difference, as Locke pointed out, the big difference is that Minamura, for some reason, does not have mystical teachings. I swear when I watched this PT when I was younger that he had teachings, because every blue-black deck had mystical teachings in it. He has Teferi. He has creatures he wants to get. His Draining Welk somehow does not have mystical teachings in this deck. He has like all of the cards you'd expect. He has like 4 Damnations, 4 Cancels, Draining Welks, some other creatures that are good, like he made different choices, has 2 Teferis, like he has all of the things you'd expect. And for some reason, just don't have mystical teachings, which is crazy to me that he doesn't have teachings. So, the other thing, is, as we pointed out, is Minamura has way more creatures, like way more. And Shadow Mage Infiltrator, if you don't know, it's based on Ophidian. It is the invitational card of John Finkel. It was released in Odyssey Block, I believe, but then re-released in Time Spiral. It was on the bonus sheet for Time Spiral. So it is a card you can play in this format, and it's actually really good in the mirror. It is a 3-mana 1/3, so not the best stats. Has Fear, I'm pretty sure, or Intimidate. Has some form of evasion. If it deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card. So it is like super Ophidian in that way. That is a very, very good card for Minamura to be playing in this matchup, because getting ahead on cards, playing your land drops, getting more resources, very valuable. The other thing Minamura has access to is the Pickles combo. He has Bright Elemental and Vesuvian Shapeshifter. If you don't know what those cards are, Vesuvian Shapeshifter is like a take on Vesuvian Doppelganger, which is like a classic clone from Magic's history. Shapeshifter is a 5-mana clone that you can play, so it enters as another copy of a creature, but it also has Morph. So if you unmorph it, you pay it for 3 mana, that's what Morph is. You pay a creature from your hand face down as a Morph, they don't know what it is. Then you can flip it up for its Morph cost. If you unmorph Vesuvian Shapeshifter, it will unmorph as a copy of whatever card you choose, just like a clone. And then in your upkeep, you're allowed to turn Vesuvian Shapeshifter back down and unmorph it again. So it costs 5 mana to play it just straight up, like a clone, but it also costs 5 mana to play it as a morph and then unmorph it. It's 3 mana to play it morph and then 2 mana to unmorph it. So if you did the all in one turn, it would be the same amount of mana. The cool thing about Vesuvian Shapeshifter is how it interacts with other morphs. People in chat have already figured this out. But how Vesuvian Shapeshifter interacts with other morphs is that if you unmorph a Vesuvian Shapeshifter, and the card you are copying when you unmorph it is another creature with a morph ability, you will get the morph ability. So if you copy a Willbender, for example, you'll get to redirect a spell or ability. That's what Willbender does. If you've, flipped up against a... Oh, what is the Gush? What's the Gush? Oh my god, what's the Gush creature? It was really good and limited. Fathom Seer? If you unmorph a Fathom Seer, you unmorph as a Fathom Seer and draw some cards. It's great. Really good card. One of my favorite clones of all time. Bright Elemental is where the sauce gets really spicy. So Bright Elemental is a morph, obviously. You can unmorph it for 7. 5 blue. That is a lot of mana. 7 mana to unmorph a 5/4. It's not even that big. It's pretty big. It's a 5/4. It's a pretty big creature. But when you unmorph Bright Elemental, your opponent skips their next untap step. it is a one-sided stasis when you unmorph Brine Elemental. Now, that is pretty good on its own. When you combine it with Vesuvian Shapeshifter, you can unmorph Vesuvian Shapeshifter, getting the Brine Elemental unmorph ability, which is to make your opponent skip their untap step. Then in your upkeep, you can turn the Vesuvian Shapeshifter back down, and then next turn you can unmorph it again. And now you see what we're doing. There is a combo between these two cards where if you have Shapeshifter and Brine Elemental in play, you can lock your opponent out of the game indefinitely. They will never get another untap step. So all of their creatures, their artifacts, their lands that are tapped will stay tapped. Any lands they play that come into play untapped, they'll be untapped. And anything they manage to play will stay untapped. But if you can't untap your lands in a control and control mirror, you lose. In fact, this combo, which was affectionately known as the Pickles combo, because Brine Elemental is briny, he's a pickle. I believe it was, I don't know specifically who discovered it. I know Brian David Marshall was involved in the combo for sure. I think he might have been the one to name it, maybe had something to do with finding it. But I think a few people might have found the combo. Anyway, great combo, one of my favorites of all time. If Midamura gets the combo, he probably wins the game. In this matchup especially. In most matchups, like against aggro decks, you could lock out their boards and you probably still beat them. Like, there were ways to also beat like that stuff. Even the matchups where it doesn't seem as good. But in this kind of matchup where your opponent has a lot of lands and wants to untap them, and it's really important to them, if Brine Elemental Shapeshifter gets assembled, I don't think Guillaume can win the game. I think, and the nice thing about Brine Elemental Vesuvian Shapeshifter is that because Brine Elemental is a 5, you attacked with 10 power worth of creatures every time you did the combo. So even if your opponent could maybe wiggle out of it in a couple turns, they died in 2 turns. So not only was it good at basically locking them out of the game forever, but it killed them very quickly. So this is what Midamura has built basically his entire deck around. It is a blue-black Pickles deck. He's playing a very different deck, even though it is a blue-black control deck of some kind. But the fact that he's not playing Teaching still blows my mind. My hot take is that I think the best deck for this tournament was actually a blue-black Pickles deck. Because with Teferi and a Mystical Teachings, you can find the parts of your Pickles combo. In fact, the Grand Prix we talked about in the video, Grand Prix Krakow, which Wafo-Tapa got 8th in, he built a mono blue control deck for that event. They got him into 8th and got his friend into the finals. He just narrowly lost to Paul Chion, who won that Grand Prix in Poland. Paul Chion was playing blue-white Pickles. Now, granted, this was in Standard, but Pickles became quite a good archetype in Standard, and it was good in Block. More people played this combo than just Midamura. There were some other blue-black decks with it. Shushu Vegeta played a mono-blue version of this deck in this tournament that was pretty good. Pickles, great deck. But I think a Teachings Pickles hybrid, which is kind of what Pickles became when it moved into Standard, and I know this because I played this deck a lot. I played mono blue Pickles for a long time in Standard, but that deck splashed Mystical Teachings off its Dreadship Reefs because Teachings was too good not to play. I think the Pickles combo was so good at breaking the mirror that if you had the power of Teachings and you had the Pickles combo, I think that was the best deck at this Pro Tour, actually. But c'est la vie. Instead, it is this Teachingsless blue-black deck with the Pickles combo and a bunch of other creatures, and Guillaume's blue-black Teachings deck that we've already seen. Pickles kind of fell off a little bit. I played mono blue Pickles for a long time after for a long time. So definitely worse than Fairies and Lock for sure. I loved the deck. After Krakow, it became a niche deck for sure. But I played a lot. Oopsie. What are we looking at here? Not the right thing. Lovely. All right, let's check chat and then get into this game. Where are we? Locke said Pickles is twin if twin costed 7. Kind of true. The cool thing about the Pickles combo is that even though it's 7 to unmorph for Brine Elemental and 3 to play it as a morph, you could definitely play it in stages. The most common way to lock someone out was to have a Teferi, then end step a play Teferi, end step a Brine Elemental morphed, and then unmorph at that turn. And then once you lock them out of one untap step, if you had the Shapeshifter, you would lock them out of the rest of them, and you would basically win. So even though it was 10, or it's 5 for the Shapeshifter and 10 for the Brine Elemental if you unmorph it, because you could also play the Brine Elemental for 6 mana on the face. It costs 6. You could play it for 6 and then unmorph the shapeshifter, but that line is 11 mana, and the unmorph shapeshifter line is 15 mana. It's a lot of mana to do this combo, but basically you only had to have the cards in your hand when you started the sequence, and you could start it by just unmorphing a Brine Elemental. So it basically cost 10 mana, but you could break it up over 2 turns pretty comfortably, and if you had Teferi, it was like impossible to stop. Both like literally, they can't counter your spell, and like Teferi is like locking down a lot of other parts of the game too, and gives you the flexibility to play counter spells if you need to answer something else rather than committing them off to the board. But basically, if you can sneak the Brine Element into play and then find a good opportunity to flip it for 7, if you have the Shapeshifter in your hand as well, the game's over. So Guillaume has a lot to watch out for in this matchup, but it's a very different matchup, and we'll see as he starts playing how he's treating this matchup. And you'll probably agree with me, it's basically not a control mirror, even though it looks like one. All right, let's check. Hugh, you asked who my favorite Japanese player was. I'm going to answer your question. Shota is a very good guess. Legendary Japanese player, Hall of Famer, control master, incredible player. I think it's a little easier to figure out, though, if you realize that this tournament in Yokohama in 2007 is like kind of near the genesis of my like blossoming love for competitive Magic. I started watching the Pro Tour around like 2006 also. I think 2006, because it was after Honolulu that I started really watching, because that a very famous moment in Honolulu was the reason I started watching the Pro Tour, because it got served to me on this little website called YouTube many years ago. I'll tell that story another time in that video when we get to that part of Honolulu. But my favorite player of all time, who's also one of the best Japanese players of all time, who's also a Hall of Famer, is none other than Kenji Simura, who I will talk about one day at length. All right, yep, people understanding how the thing works. Kyle saying, I know we're not going to see a Phyrexian Totem get hit with the tendrils, but that seems like a mega laughter of a play. Very true. Very, very funny when it happens, but doesn't happen often, because tough to expose yourself like that. All right, people, discovering Shapeshifter again. MK, my super chat didn't go through. Tragic. Oh, I'm so sorry. I think notifications are a little weird. Haven't fully set them up. Have never streamed on YouTube before. But thank you for the super chat. I did not see it. I will try and make sure notices are on for next time. But if you did send it, thank you so much. I super appreciate that. Apologies that it didn't show up on stream. That's a bummer. This list is good. Agree. Just a guy asked me, what's the best board ever printed for 60 card constructed? Wrath of God, probably. I think there's a better board wipe than Wrath of God. I would maybe argue that Damnation was more impactful in this format in particular, but all of the 4-mana board wipes are good. They started making 5 and 6 mana board wipes. That's how good the 4-mana board wipe was. So I think Wrath of God's the obvious answer, even if it's not like technically the right answer. It's like technically the best. Jason, what up? What up? Good to see you too. You are correct that Minamura does have 4 Sulfur Elementals, Olipod, and still doesn't hunt Teachings. Shake my head. Fox saying Pickles is kind of like Seer? Pickles is kind of like Splinterton? Yeah, kind of. Like a combo control deck, or a control deck with a combo finish. Shadow Magilvator doesn't have Shadow, very true. Deluge from Sean's Snapshot being offered as the best board I've ever printed for 60 card. That's probably the right answer. I think Wrath of God is the correct answer, but I think you gave the right answer. No, Deluge was never in standard. It was Eternal only. It was printed first in a Commander format, in a Commander product. Commander 17, I think. Oh, thanks, MK. I appreciate it. All right, who wants to watch this matchup? Commander 13, so close. Only 4 Commander sets off. All right, here we go. We'll let Ryan do the intro for us.
Hello again.
I lied. It's the pregame.
Right.
We got to skip it. We don't have time for this chat. Watch it yourself.
All
right, here we go. Now Ryan's going to do the intro for us. Let's go.
Hello and welcome to the Pro Tour Yokohama Championship match. I'm Randy Buehler. I'm here with Brian David Marshall, and this has been an amazing event. The Time Spiral Planar Chaos block constructed format.
Shota plays quickly? He does. He and Kenji both play ultra fast. So does Shuhei. A lot of the really good Japanese players play at light speed. Vegeta as well plays at light speed. Kai plays at light speed. He's not Japanese though.
The two guys that have survived to battle for the $40,000 prize, Guillaume Wafo-Tapa. There you get a good look at the Frenchman. He's been warping metagames.
Mine
for
too,
years
Locke. Although keep in mind we had video coverage in like the 90s as well. Like the webcast has been one of Wizards' most impressive things, I would argue, as far as like technological things go. Like there was coverage like this on the web since like 2000 or 2001.
You know,
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
That,
All right. So I'll probably explain who this is, I guess, because I didn't do that yet either. We know who Guillaume Wafo-Tapa is. This is Kazuya Mitamura. This is not his first Pro Tour top 8. I think he has a few before this one, but he hasn't won the Pro Tour yet. He will, spoiler alert, he will win the Pro Tour later on. He wins a limited Pro Tour in a few years. I don't remember which one, unfortunately. But Mitamura is a really good player. This is like another of, like, Mitamura is just, it sucks because he's one of the best Japanese players in like a sea of great Japanese players. Like, I don't have time to fully explain this, and I will make a video on this at some point, or at least like talk about it more when events from that era like inevitably come up. But Japan has like a stranglehold on Magic in the early 2000s. I can't fully explain it, but like America like dominated Magic for so long, and currently America is very good at Magic, I would say. And then Europe gets in there for a little bit in like the early stages. Like there's like, you know, all the writers from Sweden. We got Tommy Hovey from Norway. We got some Belgians. We got some Norwegians. We have like France doing a bunch of stuff. But Japan like took over the Pro Tour in the 2000s. Like from 2001 to like 2000 and I don't know, man, 2008 maybe. Japan was like the best country at Magic by far. By far the best country at Magic, which sucked for the US because they were used to being the best. Yeah, like Japan's insane, and all the players from this era. There's a bunch with multiple top 8s. There's a bunch of Hall of Famers. Japan still has great players now. Like some of them are still playing. Shuhei's still playing. Shoto a little bit later than the era, but obviously still. Like, oh, actually, that's not even true. He has a Pro Tour top 8 this season. Never mind. Like Kenji, obviously, who I mentioned already. There's an unbelievable amount of good Japanese players. Masashi Oisa's in this top 8 actually. He's like washed by the time this Pro Tour top 8 comes around. There's like a whole video I want to do about like the legacy of the Japanese players and like kind of how they inevitably crept up from like doing okay to better to like dominating the Pro Tour, and then there's some back and forth. There's America and Japan kind of fight for who's the best country, and then I think these days it's like relatively well balanced. There's like lots of different region, like powerful players in powerful regions that kind of trade, even though I think the US is quite good at Magic again. Yeah, really cool. But like Japan dominates for so long, and then Japan even dominates after that because some player that you guys might have heard of called oh my god, what's his name? Yuya Watanabe is pretty good at Magic, although unfortunately maybe better at Magic than he should have been. We'll talk about that one day maybe. Very, very, very unfortunate that Japan's next best player was on Yuya Watanabe, unfortunately. Yeah. Anyway, that's like the very condensed version of how good Japan is. But someone mentioned on a video, I thought I'd just bring it up here. Japan's amazing. I will definitely cover them more in depth, both individually as far as their players go, but also like as a whole. This region, I don't know how to tell you this. Like Japan owned the Pro Tour for like almost 10 years. It was incredible, and it happened like really like organically and steadily, and like all of a sudden like Japanese tournaments just getting dominated by Japan. Even like Grand Prix in Europe started getting won by Japanese players. That's when it gets spicy. Anyway, what else is happening in here? Blah 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 blah. Sean saying, your channel makes me so nostalgic for the days I actually enjoyed Magic. I appreciate it. I enjoy Magic now too, for what it's worth, but I'm glad people like the nostalgia. Certainly something I like. Sogi King, I don't know if anyone has that, but I hope they do. I would like it a lot. Okay, here we go again.
Both players are gonna...
Also, not to spoil anyone, but if you haven't seen the most recent Pro Tour, Japan's still looking good. I guess I will talk about it in that video, I think, because there is kind of like a redux of Japan versus USA again in 2025, which is fun. It's like a very narrow story thread, but they'll probably make it in. Minamura is a bit more creature-based, says Brian David Marshall. That's quite an understatement. Yeah, don't Google you Watanabe if you don't have a bad day. Sorry to be the one to tell you. Real shame, such a good player. And unfortunately we'll never know just how good. Alright, here we go. So, Guillaume Wafo-Tapa
Brian
just wants
Elemental
the game to go
shuts the game off.
infinite turns
Wafo-Tapa
and
his
doesn't want to get
Mid-Mura
locked out by the
package
Pickles lock.
against Minamura
That's
and
pretty much it.
Pickles combo. Which
This is a very
Which
different
one of
matchup.
these
We'll
will
see.
be
I think watching the
victorious?
matchup play out, it will become very obvious how different this is to the other semi,
Is that a
to the other match. Sorry, we just watched. But again, Guillaume, normal operations, playing Prism on 3. Sorry, playing Prismatic Lens on 3 instead of 2 because he wants to charge his storage land. This stuff still matters. Like, you need your mana to fight even these matchups because you are still in some level playing a control mirror where both players have permission, both players care about access to resources. Wafo-Tapa has way more storage lands than Minamura does, so he's going to be able to use that as an advantage, and he has way more lands in general. So Wafo-Tapa is going to have more lands as the game goes on. He just can't get got before that happens.
Shadow Mage Infiltrator for
And Shadow Mage Infiltrator does need to be dealt with. This is a problematic creature. Almost every creature Minamura plays, in fact, yes, every creature Minamura plays is a problem in this matchup, because any of the morphs could be part of the combo, and you could die.
Seems like a really good guy.
Yeah, he seems like a great guy.
Shadow Mage Infiltrator, problematic for you to deal with in general. And Teferi, also very problematic if it stays in play, because it probably means you're getting locked. Teferi is actually even worse when it's in play, because if they have the combo, as you try and deal with Teferi, and they have permission, you can't respond with your own cards, and you tapped a bunch of mana to try and deal with Teferi. So Wafo-Tapa, cast Damnation, off of a Prismatic Lens. No swamps in play, by the way. Literally 0. Had to use his storage counter off of his Dreadship Reef in order to cast this Damnation. And he does it. Commits all his mana, including his storage counter, to dealing with one creature. Just one. Just a Shadow Mage Infiltrator. And this is the theme of this matchup. Basically every creature that Minamura plays, Wafo-Tapa is going to try and kill. And if he keeps it under control,
Careful consideration from Minamura.
don't think Minamura couldn't. Yeah, I say just a Shadow Mage Infiltrator. It's like, you can't let it hit you even once, really. As soon as it hits you once, it's card neutral. And then from there, it just gets worse. So, you definitely can't get hit by Shadow Mage Infiltrator.
Sure.
That is a way for Minamura to get so ahead that you wouldn't be able to fight off Minamura's stuff because he would just have way more cards than you. So, yeah, OG Psychic Frog, sure. Actually, it's very funny. That's a funny thing to mention, Simon, because if you look at Shadow Mage Infiltrator and how impactful it is in this matchup, and then look at Psychic Frog, oh boy, is that a different card? That basically made it better in every way. It pumps itself, it flies, it costs 1 less mana, it's banned. Yeah, good card. Real good card.
Other than the mana, how many
Yeah,
spells actually
Frog is Shadow Mage and Psychotog combined, and that's not okay. Yeah, Psychotog is OG Psychic Frog, but you know, it's a blend. They both play.
They both have a snap.
Isn't Shadow Mage Infiltrator just Ophidian and Psychotog stapled together? Not really.
Be curious to see if people would still play with.
Yeah, being extra copies of Welk doesn't matter because you don't get the Enters trigger. Unless you can flash it in, which is good sometimes, but you have to have Teferi in play for that to happen. If you have Teferi in play, you're probably winning anyway. They also both have the same number of Teferis. It's much harder for Minamura to deal with Teferi. He doesn't have Sunder, which is weird because he has so many swamps. But decided it was not as good against the aggro decks probably. So he's playing different removal.
Making use of a number of cards that Guillaume Wafo-Tapa won his match against Mark Herberholtz. Certainly on the back of Triskelevis and Academy Ruins. Cards he said before the top 8, these are the cards I would change in my deck. They're the ones I don't like. I would rather have another Urza's Factory. Guillaume is now...
Careful Consideration does feel good. If you're wondering, by the way, Careful Consideration is just a sorcery that you can tutor for with Mystical Teachings. It says instant on the card. It's not actually an instant. That's a lie.
It's Guillaume Wafo-Tapa. He made Dralnu. He made the Wafo-Tapa deck. You know this guy.
It's not a coincidence that Guillaume Wafo-Tapa is playing in the finals of a Pro Tour, and you played a deck last year called Wafo-Tapa Control.
Not a coincidence.
So land count looks good for both players. Minamura is on the play. Oh no, Guillaume must have missed a land.
A lot of people call multicolor decks by the Ravnica guilds, but nobody calls it.
That's true. Profane, it did matter. But I'm simplifying for the audience.
They call this deck Dralnu. I don't believe there's a Dralnu.
I think Guillaume missed a land drop, which is never a good time. After resolving Careful Consideration, that's really stinky. But again, Minamura has played a morph, and Wafo-Tapa has to do something.
Yeah, that was awesome. Yasuoka actually had Draw New and Teferi in play for like 10 turns, and Kenji beat him anyway.
I will say the thing that kind of matters is like if you have all your lands untapped, Bright Elemental isn't that threatening.
And there's the Damnation.
That's the thing. It's not that threatening. It's once you tap mana that Bright Elemental becomes problematic. Because you can pretty reasonably deal with Bright Elemental if you have untapped mana, right? You can Teaching to removal spell, kill it, and then it's fine.
It's interesting that Wafo-Tapa apparently wants to kill each individual.
But yeah, Wafo-Tapa is just popping the Damnations.
Is that the way you fight the Pickles deck?
He doesn't want to really.
If he lets him get 2, he's in trouble, right?
Yeah, if he lets him set up and he waits to kill 2 at once, I mean, there's always a possibility that something very bad will happen.
You pretty much, yeah.
I mean,
to BDM's point, you basically can't wait in the matchup. I mean, it's honestly hard to wait, even if it's just 1. Because if you commit mana to Damnation, and the morph is a Bright Elemental, and they have cancel, you probably just lose. So it kind of depends how much mana each player has, because whether or not Minamura can reasonably defend his morph is a big deal. So I think Guillaume is mostly using his Damnations in spots where Minamura doesn't have mana he can use. Like, this is a good example. Let's go back, actually. Where's the morph? Yeah, Minamura doesn't have cancel mana here. So Guillaume's going to use the slowest spell, so that, because he knows he wants to kill the morph anyway, because it's dangerous to lose access to your mana. So it's dangerous to leave morphs on the table, because it basically means you can't ever tap your lands. So but he wants to use his slower spell because he knows that Minamura can't respond. If Minamura can fight you on the stack when you try and remove the creature, you have a different issue. And I get what you're saying. It's a bad Damnation in the sense of it's only trading 1 for 1, but it's actually exactly what you're supposed to be doing in this matchup. You generally, you can't afford to bait your opponent into playing more creatures so that you can Damnation more than one of them. Your Damnation is just a 4 mana removal spell. That's it. Sometimes it's like you can use it to clean up boards that are a little messy if your opponent overcommits. But basically, like, the only time Minamura is ever going to play like more than one creature is if you're dead. Like, you're going to get pickles locked if he has 2 morphs in play, most likely. And like, maybe gets greedy and tries to play like a Shapeshifter and a Vesuvian Shapeshifter. If he feels like he can protect them, it's okay. But for the most part, Damnation's going to be trading 1 for 1 no matter what. So this is actually just how you're supposed to play the matchup. And Guillaume recognizes it. And I think it's really clever that he understands at what points in the game he can commit mana in a way that feels unsafe, right? Because it feels unsafe to tap 4 mana in your main phase and pass the turn. But he knows that Minamura can't do anything. If Minamura has 10 mana when he does this, very different, because you can get Bright Elemental. But against an empty board, with your opponent only having 6-7 mana, not a lot of bad things that can happen to you. So Guillaume's just using his mana, like using his spells at the times that are most efficient for them. And this is another same case of Damnation. Hope that makes sense.
I could face down more if I was a little on the morphs.
Yeah, the sequencing of morphs is interesting. You need to hit Bright Elemental, and Minamura only has 2 in his main deck, I think.
That's 8. That's the base of the deck.
So yeah, it's a little shell game, which is one of the fun things about morph.
And you can fight him with permission. Here's cancel.
Yeah, so here's cancel versus morph, cancel back. But Minamura is tapped out, so all Guillaume has to do is find another removal spell.
His mystical teachings engine going. Then he's able to
use 8 removal spells to keep up with 10 threats. Yeah. How does the permission suite line up? It's 4 cancels and 2...
4 cancels, 2 draining whelks.
Is that exactly even those
4
same 6?
Minamura.
It is exactly the same.
And...
Oh, there's no whelks in Minamura's deck. Yeah, there are. It's 4 and 2.
Yeah, it's 4 and 2 in both.
So exactly 6, and neither one of them sideboards more permission?
Except Wafo-Tapa has far more permission in the sense that he has the mystical teachings.
Yes, Minamura does have more Bright Elementals in his board.
He's got a couple will benders. He's got a dismal failure in the
sideboard. Honestly doesn't change that much about this. Just all the players get access to more of the things they want, basically. I think Minamura's deck arguably gets a little better, but I think Wafo-Tapa is so well set up that it doesn't matter, if that makes sense.
Here's mystical teachings for tendrils, like you were saying. Guillaume can keep up with those creatures, can kill all of them because he's got that mystical teachings engine. And there's tendrils on another morph.
Then you can flashback that mystical teachings.
It's funny. This matchup is actually kind of similar to like... So, after Future Sight got released, there was a blue-green tempo deck that was pretty popular on Block. And most people thought it had a pretty good teachings matchup because it was like your classic positioning of like I'm trying to play threats and protect them, which is generally good against slower control decks. Or certainly can be. Obviously, it's usually best against combo if you want to look at like traditional axes of Magic, but it was like pretty good against control. And then it turns out that like all the teachings decks had to do was just kill every single creature you play, no matter how dumb it looked, and the matchup was good for blue-black. So Guillaume's kind of playing it like he's playing against a tempo deck, because he kind of is.
Probably can.
Gets a little scary.
Guillaume definitely knows like all the breakpoints in this matchup, by the way. I'd be curious if I'd ever find a spot where he was vulnerable to a Brine Elemental in this whole game.
That's true, but there's not enough mana.
What do you want from me, Firefox? Icepher. Oh, that's funny. Esports Garage popped up. Yeah, if you don't know, I have a League of Legends channel where I make very similar content to Hungry on Playing about League of Legends esports with one of my friends and coworkers. So yeah, if you like League of Legends stuff and want similar vibes to Hungry on Plane, you can check out Esports Garage as well. Yeah, I like that blue green deck. It was fun. How did... Okay, I'm gonna go back.
Do 2 and draw.
How did Midamura get 2 morphs in play?
Here's Mystical Teeth.
So here's Tendrils, kills them off. Morph.
From 100 if he needed to.
Right.
A single morph.
Another morph from Midamura.
Guillaume's hand's not very good, by the way.
Oh, he decides to go for Haunting Him.
Haunting Him, Triskelavus.
Clears out Midamura's hand.
Okay. So it decides that taking the cards is good, which I think is reasonable.
That was the last morph.
But
yeah, this is a little scary.
Guillaume doesn't have much left. He has Triskelavus, which can kill 1 creature, maybe? Esports Garage, Peter.
Damage on the stack.
How did he get this morph into play?
Wafo-Tapa is down to 2.
Oh, he puts the Infiltrator into play and then attacks and draws a card. This is like kind of a way to build a hasty Shadow Mage Infiltrator. I guess you prepaid for the creature. It's funny, I said that damage on the stack wasn't going to matter in these matches, but actually it does matter in this pot. For those of you that don't know, damage used to go on the stack, so you could respond after the damage was on the stack, and the damage would lock at whatever it was, whatever the last information the game had. But then you could respond to it and do other things like turn it into other creatures or sacrifice the creature in order to go get an effect, and the damage would still go through. They changed this in M10 because it was kind of ridiculous. And but this is an instance of Midamura dealing 2 and then dealing 2 and then still getting the draw card.
On the stack.
Oh, and turn it into a Finkel.
Do 2 and draw a card.
Everyone's sad about damage on the stack going away. I wouldn't mind playing a tournament with it in the game again. It's kind of fun.
Now it's working.
Yeah, a very minor little technical thing here, but a nice play for Midamura to get an extra card. Now, Damnation, as the commentators noted, would be very good here if there's another one. Triskelavus instead. This is also a removal spell, by the way. Guillaume is running out of cards, it is worth noting. Like, Guillaume has an Aeon Chronicler as his last card left. So Guillaume's kind of got to get it done here, or it's going to be troublesome. Also, Shadow Mage Infiltrator having Fear is kind of funny, because I think that means Triskelavus can block it. It does have Fear, right? Let me look it up. Is it Fear and not Intimidate? It is Fear. Ah, that's goofy. That's really goofy. I agree, for what it's worth, Olipod. I think damage on the stack did need to go away.
Midamura lets the Shapeshifter flip back now.
If you could play a face-up...
Alright, so did Guillaume actually shoot something with Triskelavus? No. So Guillaume is waiting to use his Triskelavus until later.
So Wafo-Tapa's got a couple prismatic lenses and a fully loaded...
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If Midamura plays a land, he could play Brine Elemental and unmorph it, unmorph the Shapeshifter. But does get to untap. And it's funny that Midamura can't attack it because the Triskelavus is so good at blocking. Also, damage on the stack does better for Triskelavus too, or the Triskelevites at least, because they're like little mini flying Mog Fanatics, so that does matter here defensively for Wafo-Tapa.
Tapa's got an Aeon Chronicler and an Urborg.
She's going to go ahead and suspend that guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Suspends it for 3, that makes sense.
So it's funny. It's funny that I said damage on the stack was never going to matter, and it actually does matter here.
Oh, there's Teferi.
Ooh!
She's going to turn off the Chronicler.
This is really scary for Guillaume. Because now Teferi can, like... You get to do whatever you want, basically, when Teferi's in play.
I think he's fine with the Ancestral.
Now, unfortunately, Minamura can't attack profitably, which is the thing his deck really wants to do.
3 turns and he had to tap down relatively low to do it.
But Teferi's a good draw here for sure.
I mean, Wafo-Tapa was killing each creature as it came out, and he fell behind.
The big thing here is, like, unless Guillaume finds a Damnation that Minamura can't counter, if Wafo-Tapa taps mana, and Minamura has a Brine Elemental, the game basically ends on the spot.
It really does.
So Guillaume's slowly making Triskelevites, I think. Oh, no, not even.
He killed one more, but we never did see what it was. Oh, Damnation from Guillaume.
When did he suspend Chronicler?
Snap back.
Must have been the turn before. Yeah, it must have been the turn before.
One shapeshifter in those early flurries.
Profane, sorry, Chronicle's good. Just the card draw works, even if you don't get the creature if Teferi is still in play. But finding Damnation, I think, is basically undoes the whole turn. And this is kind of the big problem with this matchup for Minamura. And especially, like, we talked a lot how Game 1 was so different to the sideboarded games in the semifinals. Game 1 for Wafo-Tapa is, like, probably his best game in this matchup. He's, like, pre-sideboarded, almost, for all these creatures.
Did he not fly over for 3 there? Or 4 there?
No, he just cast a Damnation cold. Didn't want to risk anything. Because he doesn't know what Minamura's got his hand.
I mean, Minamura also didn't have a counter. Like, if Minamura can protect his board there, he's feeling really good. But, no shot. Unfortunately for him.
Always a little bit risky against the deck with Urborg and Tendrils, but potentially hits pretty hard.
Yeah, him mattered a lot. This is the kind of matchup where him does matter in control. I didn't want to say it. I didn't mean to say it never matters. I just think him was shockingly ineffective for how many resources got traded. But I think that's because it's a game 1 him when there's nothing else that Hazy really has behind. But in general, if you're haunting him, your opponent, it's very good for you. Haunting him was probably, like, one of the coolest bits of innovation about the Drowned Deluve deck that inspired this deck from Wafo-Tapa. And there's a reason it's a common one-of in the teachings decks, even in block.
No damage. No damage anywhere in sight.
I've cast quite a few haunting hymns in my lifetime. So, we're kind of in Bad Time Island now for Minamura, and you can see the difference that, like, having a teachings, because Guillaume's just flashing back at teachings here. You can see the difference in, like, having a teachings versus not having teachings. Like, both players have kind of run each other out of cards. Minamura had a chance to get an edge, but the Triskelevites actually held off all the creatures. And then as soon as Guillaume found a Damnation, the board reset, and when you're at parity in this kind of space, even though Guillaume's mana situation is also better, which is good for him, his deck is also, like, more expensive. So he does need the mana as well. So there's some give and take there where Minamura is a bit more mid-rangey. But Wafo-Tapa being able to flashback a teachings here is, like, again, it's like you drew a card and you get to tutor for your best card. It's just, like, very, very good. So Minamura basically can only draw Kelp Consideration to get himself ahead. And now Guillaume can tutor for whatever he wants and gets to keep drawing cards by teaching for teachings, I assume, in this spot. So Minamura kind of has to, like, find a way to assemble the lock at a time that makes sense, but he has to now do it through mystical teachings, which I just don't think is possible. And this is kind of the point where, like, the game shifted. Minamura definitely had a shot if he could protect his board, but if you can't protect Teferi and your 2 morphs, not much you can do there. I think there was maybe a window or two where he might have got Brine Elemental, but Wafo-Tapa took some calculated risks. Minamura didn't find the Brine Elemental. Minamura can't search for it because he doesn't have teachings. And here we are. Oh, we got Teferi with mystical teachings. That's confidence. If you're tutoring for Teferi with mystical teachings, you think the game is over. And you might be right. I just saw his hand. Yeah, that's pretty good. Draining Walk, Teferi, Damnation, Tendrils, Land? One other card?
2 hits away, right? 7 and 7. Yep.
And again, this is the great thing about mystical teachings. It can either extend the game if you need to keep finding stuff, or it can end the game by finding your win condition.
There's a morph.
Always a little scary.
Draining Walk here? Does that matter? He can't currently unmorph Brine Elemental.
Kind of surprised no spell bursts in the sideboards. I guess no one was really expecting. No one was expecting much in the way of the morph decks, but the spell bursts.
Oh no, here's Storage Lands. He can flip this if it's a Brine Elemental. Wafo-Tapa does know there's only one Brine Elemental left, though. I think. Yeah, he has Tendrils too.
The tendrils?
That's a snapback.
Oh, snapback.
Oh, snapback.
Let's see what that is before we tendrils it.
Rhino.
Oh, this is very funny, by the way.
So, no untap for Wafo-Tapa. What's he thinking about?
This is very funny to me because Guillaume just decides to tap more mana in order to kill the Bright Elemental with the tendrils that he has after he snapbacked it. Yeah.
Now that he knows what it is, he wants to tendrils it?
Yep.
Why wouldn't you just tendrils it then? Because Midamura tapped all his mana, I guess. He knows the tendrils is going to resolve.
I guess so.
But yeah, so now you don't want to commit to Fairy, even though you can with your Storage Lands, because you need to leave up your counter magic. But you just play a land, pass the turn, and I mean, what, Totem's going to hit you for 5 maybe, but you're at 14. Midamura's running out of cards. Short on Bright Elementals. I think if he hasn't seen one, there's one left, but if you haven't seen one, you know the other one's left. Thankfully, no other tendrils there, so Midamura doesn't lose the game immediately. But game's going to play Teferi, and the game's going to end, I think. Oh, no, he's going to charge his Storage Lands because he is responsible. There's so much mana on the Storage Lands. I think this die, this is a 3. I think this is 5 or 6. So tapping one of these lands gives you like 7 mana or so right now, if you want to take all the counters off. Also, Aeon Chronicle's like kind of winning the game for you naturally, and all your mana's untapped again, so... Again, Guillaume basically dodged all of the windows where you can get pickles, and then... now he's playing like a control deck with like infinite tutors and card draw, and Minamura's playing a bad tempo deck. And this is kind of the story of the matchup.
Midamura gets in there with Negator Totem again.
Keep sending a totem in. What a beast.
Almost has him to 20.
Close. 23.
Oh, sorry, I misread the life totals.
22.
Wafo-Tapa is at 20. Is at more than 20 life. Midamura was at 14 before. Did get hit by a Chronicle, so as now at 9.
What else is he gonna do?
Cancel. Oh, I see. So Teferi. So Guillaume's just flashing Teferi in here for a couple reasons. One, you tap your opponent out if they try and fight you here. The other thing is, like, if Teferi just comes into play, you are probably fine putting your Teferi in front of the Negator Totem, letting it die, but making them sacrifice 3 lands. That is, like, good enough, I think, for Wafo-Tapa in the situation. Midamura knows that Teferi's in his hand because he teachings for it, but Midamura has to win the game somehow, so you're kind of just forced to, like, activate Negator Totem and go in and see what happens. He is trying to fight here. Unfortunately, things go bad. And if you thought sacrificing 3 lands was problematic... Oh, never mind. He lets it go. You doubt he would block here? Yeah, that's true. He doesn't have to block either. It's just... It will just win the game if it stays in play. He's at 20. Oh, no. Oh, no, never mind. Okay, he doesn't have mana to... I thought he had mana to take Storage Lands off. He does not. I'm actually kind of surprised...
For some reason with that glare, Mystical Teachings looks...
It's so interesting to me here, because Wafo-Tapa has enough storage mana to Teachings for Tendrils here and Tendrils the Totem, because it's still a creature. It's a creature till the end of the turn. And I think that's 1 die on Midamura's Storage Land. So I think Wafo-Tapa could have Tendrils this Totem while it's still a creature. And I think the only way Midamura doesn't instantly lose the game is if he has Snapback in his hand and pitch it to bounce his own Totem. I think Guillaume is just taking the more conservative line because it doesn't really matter. He's going to win the game anyway if it goes on long enough. But it is funny to think that he might have had an opportunity to Tendrils the Totem there. Although, is Urborg not in play? That's the other thing. Remember, Guillaume doesn't have any swamps if he doesn't have Urborg in play. So it also doesn't do anything if he doesn't have Urborg, but I think he does have one in play.
Like Wafo-Tapa's going to win this.
Oh, he also goes up a card for the Chronicler because he flashed back the Teachings, right?
Sure.
I guess kind of to the Booth's point as well. He's already winning with Aeon Chronicler, so he doesn't need to do anything else.
There's teachings for counterspell of some sort.
Extirpate your
Just to
damnations.
make sure. Yeah, counterspell.
Yep.
Seems safe.
Oh, he has the tendrils in his hand?
And Minamura scoops him up, so Guillaume.
What? That's interesting. If he has tendrils in his hand, because he tendrils the morph already. Tendrils the Brine Elemental. Are you sure he still has the tendrils? Because the last time we saw his hand, he snapbacked the Brine Elemental and then tendrils it. Did he have another one? Thanks, Dion. I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by. Also, yeah, like, to Locke's point, I think Wafo-Tapa, I think it doesn't matter, it's the truth if he has another tendrils. Committing your storage mana when you don't need to, when you can simply just find another copy of Teachings and keep pressuring with the Aeon Chronicle that's already gonna win you the game, feels like the reason he's not doing it, but I'm sad because I wanted to see someone get absolutely wrecked.
He now leads.
Alright, Guillaume wins game 1, and this is basically the matchup. Alright.
Careful consideration.
We can start from here. Wait, where's Guillaume's lands? Oh, he's on the draw, never mind. Turn 2 lands, turn 3
Have
consideration.
you seen anybody cast that as an instant end of turn?
No? I can't even remember.
I'm also curious how Guillaume boarded here. I wonder if he bought into Tridivore. Maybe one against Urza's Factory, but I don't think it's ever going to come up. He does have other removal spells. He has Premature Burial in his sideboard, but that one's pretty bad. I don't think he wants to bring that in. And it's a sorcery, so he can't actually tutor for it.
Did you say too strong?
Too strong, I guess. Looking at all the cards in his hand, having a hard time discarding.
Yeah, I will say I really appreciate, Locke, that Wafo-Tapa is responsible and puts his lens out of his lands.
Gonna do it.
Because it's much easier for him to figure out what he has.
What was the other card?
Cancel and consideration? No, that's on top. The coverage is looking through.
Cancel and a shapeshifter. Wow.
He's trying to scare Wafo-Tapa.
Oh yeah, notably, Minamura does have access to 4 and 4 now of Shapeshifter and Brine Elemental, so it is much more consistent for him to try and lock Wafo-Tapa under the Pickles lock. And Wafo-Tapa's game plan should stay the same here. Just trying to kill as many creatures as possible. Swamp Island colorless, absolutely based. Wafo-Tapa can't cast Cancel here.
Gets to untap. Only one blue mana for
His mana kind of sucks. Is that Teferi?
Guillaume plays in a
Oh, this is actually brutal for Wafo-Tapa. Can't represent Cancel because you don't even have another blue.
board.
And there's Teferi.
And Teferi just
Yeah.
juices in a play off the
Gets
lens.
to untap. Only one blue mana for Guillaume.
I think this game might be over.
Terry gets in there for 3.
This is the spot where it's really tough to play against this deck. Because even if he doesn't have the combo, like you just flash an Infiltrator into play at the end step. And like
Yeah, flash out Brine Elemental for 6 at the end of
it's Jover for you.
Guillaume's got a bunch of ways to kill Teferi main phase.
Yeah, he can tendrils, he does have an Urborg. Sudden
Goes
death.
for sudden death.
Sudden death is like the safety valve against Teferi. And again, both Guillaume and Herboltz having 2 of them seems very prudent. Because I think they recognized that, like, yes, some of the other removal spells are better against the aggro decks, but Sudden Death is good enough against most of them, and killing Teferi really matters.
Which cannot be responded to with Brine Elemental. That was
That is true.
Didn't work out.
Yeah. Smart play from Wafo-Tapa there. Potentially, if Minamura had... So, okay, what they're talking about here is, like... So, you can't play anything in response to Split Second. You can actually unmorph in response to Split Second. You are allowed to unmorph because unmorphing... morph, but unmorph in particular is a special action. So you are actually allowed to respond to Split Second with a morph, which is wild. But that's only when you have the morph in play. Minamura doesn't have the morph in play. He would have to play the creature off his Teferi first. So that's why you see like everyone raw Sudden Death Teferi in the main phase. One, because you have to play it like a sorcery because Teferi is in play, but you just want to like minimize the damage as much as possible by casting it basically when the stack's empty. So even though it's an instant and it has Split Second, you basically use it like a sorcery, which you have to again if Teferi is in play. And Minamura could have potentially played a morph, could potentially play the Morph instead to set up Brine Elemental. And if he had the Shapeshifter in his hand as well, he could actually set up the lock here and start beating down. It wouldn't get all of Guillaume's land, but it would get half of them, which would be pretty good. I think the reason you don't want to do that is that if you can't protect your Morph, like you don't have a cancel, and you get Damnation, it's real bad news for you.
I was hoping for a damnation there.
And yes, you can get triggers off too, as Profane Magic pointed out. I've done many things with Counterbalance against Corrosive Grip. It's the one that comes up most often.
Shadow Mage Infiltrator.
Finkel, good card. What's up, Zacharoni and Cheese? Yes, I am that guy from YouTube.
Yeah, it really is.
Streaming on YouTube,
handful
even.
Of creatures on one side, handful of kill spells on the other. Interesting. Mitamura goes for a Morph there. Why would you open up a 2-for-1 with Damnation?
I mean, and Wafo-Tapa has demonstrated a willingness to trade 1-for-1 on the.
Yeah, I don't like that play.
I agree with Randy. I don't like that play either.
Mitamura gets himself.
I think the reason Mitamura is doing this is because he knows both of his creatures are equally threatening, right? Infiltrator is very scary, as we've talked about, and the Morph looks really scary because it's either another Infiltrator or a Brine Elemental. Those are the most likely things it is. It could be a Willbender in this matchup as well, after sideboard, but it looks really scary. And if you present two threats and your opponent just has a single target removal spell like a Tendrils or another Sudden Death, they can only deal with one of them, and now you can start building some kind of board. The problem is, when you overextend, you lose to Damnation, which you also know is a spell that they're keeping in. So it's kind of just a judgment call every single time with this deck. I think it is better for Mitamura to play more slowly and actually try and treat this like a control mirror. Because if Mitamura assembles enough mana and then sets up Teferi into Cancel, into Brine Elemental, I actually think it's quite easy for him to win these games. And I think that Mitamura is treating this like he is a deck that needs to get ahead on board and stay ahead in order to win, where I think the truth is that he can actually play like a control deck with a combo finish, which is actually what his deck is. So I think he's misunderstanding the matchup a little bit, or maybe not fully appreciating what his deck is capable of, but his deck also doesn't have like the ability to set things up with lots of mana because he doesn't have teachings. So Damnation 2 happens, Mitamura gets 2-for-1 twice, and pretty much out of gas. And he didn't need to do that, which is what the commentators are talking about. But I do think there are other ways for Mitamura to play this game that are better for him. And again, Guillaume is even using his storage counters here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the hurry was.
To take out another Morph. Because Mitamura just never, ever, sorry, Wafo-Tapa never wants to open up a window where he can get Tendrils.
Drew out a Damnation.
Mitamura's biggest mistake was choosing all different basic land arts. Honestly, kind of true. Guillaume's deck is beautiful, by the way. Like, pretty much all foil, all matching basics. Guillaume's got swag, which is not something we talk about often enough when it comes to Wafo-Tapa. One of the most stylish players on the PT in terms of his card choices.
A little scary.
More Morphs are happening. So, in Mitamura's defense, he has a lot of Morphs, especially in the post-sideboard games. So I think he's also trying to overwhelm Guillaume, because at some point, Guillaume's going to run out of Damnation, because you can't tutor for Damnation either. So I think I get what he's trying to do. I just think if he was more patient, it's actually easier for him to set up his deck more like a combo deck than like the deck he's playing.
Extirpate, Teferi, Tendrils.
But I actually don't remember what Wafo-Tapa's response is here. Profane Magic saying our favorite decks have a lot of overlap. Yeah, we're similar ages, I'm pretty sure. And clearly we enjoyed playing the same things at similar times. I mean, to add to the top discourse in chat, I also think top was just too good with Counterbalance. Like, I think it's also a reasonable ban from a power level perspective as well. It definitely did make tournaments too long. If Miracles was worse, it would have been okay. If only good players played Miracles, I think it might have been a bit more tolerable, but
What did you get? Was it a Brine Elemental?
not this time.
Looks like it was a Willbender.
Miracles was very good. I'll do a Miracles video at one point. I love that deck. Hugh asking me, how do I think this translates to current Magic? I think
Will Bender.
I think the like fundamentals of control and control
Ryan Elemental gets flipped.
shown in this format still valid. I think the way decks work, even control decks, is very different now.
Tomorrow must know something we don't.
Like cards are more powerful, and so like you kind of think of control more of like a bigger mid-range battle. So I think it's very different. Okay, what happened here? How did we get here? So Guillaume has to take the 50-50. This is the other thing, by the way. In this situation, if it's a 50-50 with two morphs, because Minamura has been trying to overwhelm Guillaume by playing more than one creature, even though it exposes him to damnation. I'm not sure his like lines are correct, because again, I think he can be playing his deck more slowly and try and set up a protected win with Teferi and Brine Elemental. But if he is going to play this way, he has decided he wants to be more of the aggressor. This is the spot where it's good, right? Where your opponent actually has to choose between what card it is and commit one of their removal spells to your card. Even if Guillaume has another removal spell, he doesn't have enough mana to play it right now. And I'm pretty sure Wafo-Tapa picks wrong, because there's Brine Elemental.
Could draw a shapeshifter. I don't know.
Extirpate. Oh, that's
The
nice.
extirpate.
That's actually a really clean answer.
Activate the shapeshifters, even if it's in his hand, it doesn't matter.
Right.
That's a really clean answer. I'm kind of surprised. That's a really, really cute answer from Guillaume, by the way. Just like extirpating the other half of the combo so you can't get got. I think the commentators point this out right after this. Why didn't Minamura just play another morph? The truth is, though, if he puts another morph on this deck, Guillaume's going to make the exact same. Oh, actually, that doesn't work if it's a shapeshifter. Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious as to why Wafo-Tapa did it this way, because he is actually exposed to the combo here.
Yeah, Minamura tried to be helpful there.
But I guess he thought that if he had it, he was probably dead anyway? Maybe? I think draw step extirpate is probably technically a little bit better here from Wafo-Tapa than combat extirpate, but it's fine. I don't know if... Oh no, Wafo-Tapa didn't have a counterspell, he didn't have mana for it. It's a bit spicy.
That's what I heard Rutagon say.
And,
Also, Wafa bringing in Pull for Eternity for his teachings is pretty fun. Someone pointed that out earlier, but yes, he is
I think he might be.
he is the grindiest deck
Fine.
of all grindiness. Wafo-Tapa just wants to play for late. Yeah, getting out there. That was a very, very narrow window for Wafo-Tapa to get comboed there, but it's fine. Like, it's very unlikely you lose in that spot, even though you made the wrong play. But you probably should have made the right play. And I think, trying to think of all the scenarios in my head, I think extirpating draw step is still the best play.
Sure.
If you're going to make this play at some point, which he clearly was, right? He's clearly planning on extirpating the Vesuvian shapeshifters. So tiny play error there. But now it doesn't matter. And once again, it now feels like the game is over. So now you can't get comboed from Wafo-Tapa, so you can only get beat down. And you have access to your whole deck again because you have teachings, and your opponent doesn't. Maybe I sound like a broken record at this point, but like, it's kind of where we're up to. Guillaume's deck is just like, and this is one of the beautiful things about this deck, and makes sense when you consider Wafo-Tapa as a player, but this deck just has so much inevitability. Not only does it have all of these tutors and all this card advantage built into it, and you can solve any problem with teachings, but teachings also is your card advantage engine. It's why the deck is so cool. I think Teferi doesn't even matter, Locke, because like Guillaume's creatures are already bigger than yours, and there's a Chronicler in play. It's actually pretty hard for you to kill Aeon Chronicler, actually, because he doesn't have tendrils, and Strangling Sword doesn't work. So I actually don't even know how reasonable it is for Minamura to kill Aeon Chronicler, of all things. You can't hit him because you don't have Haunting him, because you don't have teachings, because why would you play Haunting him if you don't have teachings? And then, like, Teferi's eventually gonna die. Like, Guillaume's gonna find a sudden death, he's gonna find a Tendrils of Corruption, or you're just gonna have to block, because Aeon Chronicler's hitting you in the face. I assume so too, Locke. I can't imagine Minamura has Strangling Sword here. Funnily enough, if Wafo-Tapa had Strangling Sword in his sideboard, I think he would bring it in here, because it kills morphs. The Totem's coming in again. Block. Wait, why is Totem attacking into Aeon Chronicler?
No fear.
What do you possibly have here? snapback. I guess you just don't want to snap back the Chronicler.
Wafo-Tapa is considering whether he wants
So you're trying to get 5 in?
or block the Phyrexian totem.
I'm so
Blocks the
confused.
Phyrexian totem, he also gets five permanents.
Wait, I'm so confused. Why is he attacking with this totem? Soot doesn't hit Chronicler, right? Or am I wrong?
Yep, there it goes. He puts it in front of the Phyrexian totem.
Yes, Soot doesn't hit Chronicler.
ready
It's
to go to
toughness 3 or
damage.
less. I don't... It's not CMC, it's toughness. Soot cares about toughness. Yeah.
He's gonna.
I don't know what the plan... I don't know why. I think Minimer is like, I have to attack to win, so I'm attacking with my totem. And I hope you don't block my totem so I can get 5 damage in with my Brine Elemental. It does at least trade with either of these creatures, because I think Chronicle's a 5/5 right now. But like, what are you going to do? Like, snap back your totem to get 5 in? Snap back to Chronicle? You would have snapped a pre-block, if that mattered.
Cast Mystical Teachings.
Also, he's like very dead. So Guillaume's going to cast Mystical Teachings, and he has at least 4 mana available. Everyone playing at home knows that he's about to get Tendrils of Corruption, which is going to blow up Minamura's entire board. And Minamura's decided that that's good. You don't have to search for it. You don't have to show me. You don't have to show me. I'm good. I'm good. You got me.
Yeah.
You got me. So yeah, anyone wondering if that was going to happen? It didn't happen, but it was going to. I think Minamura was just in a spot where he kind of felt like he had to attack because he wasn't going to win by not attacking, but didn't end well.
In Minneapolis?
Oh, not in Minneapolis.
Yeah, it was in Minnesota
I
at that
thought you
time.
were in Seattle.
I'm just like, in my head, I can't imagine what Minamura was representing there. And I think Guillaume realized too, and just like, yeah, I guess I'll block. And then tried to get the max. He could have blocked, let him sack, and then still find the tendrils, by the way. He didn't have to protect his Chronicle there, but thought it was worth it, I guess. I think the reason you do it that way is because if Minamura does potentially have a counter, you at least want to make him sacrifice 5 lands in that spot. Because you'd have to have, I don't even, again, I don't, the attack is nonsense to me. I don't fully understand that one. But maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I'll look through Minamura's list and find something I didn't realize yet, but yeah. Don't know about that one.
Eric struck me as somebody who really knew how to play. And so
All right, game 3. Wafo-Tapa up 2-0. Not looking good for the home team. It's better than scooping. I guess that's true. I guess it's better than scooping.
Yeah, Eric Lauer, very much the guy who taught me how to play Magic well. Like, not the guy who taught me how to play Magic, but the guy who taught me how to play Magic well.
Again,
All right, same thing. Storage land for Minamura.
Oh, yeah.
Lens on 2 for Wafo-Tapa because he doesn't have storage land this time.
And then try to figure out why they're being...
Island is probably the best. Actually, either land is good here because of Lens. Oh, we're tapping mana. Lens again?
So Guillaume Wafo-Tapa up
Nothing.
2-0.
Sure looks like you have a second Lens there, bud.
He's got a couple losses to give here. Doesn't want to
Lens.
give them away, but sure.
Island?
Just needs to win one of these next 3, and he will be Pro Tour champion.
Normal stuff. You have to represent cancel, even if you don't have it. Just a good thing to signal to your opponent that you have.
Wait until his deck list has
If you like, we actually kind of saw it in the last game, and Minamura did not find a way to punish, but Wafo-Tapa showing no second island in the last game meant that Teferi was free to resolve, and Minamura knew it. And the game didn't spiral out of control, but it certainly could have.
What do you think is going to happen in the PTQ season? Like, just ignoring.
I think people are going to play blue-black, Brian David Marshall.
Doesn't it seem to you that it's going to be a ton of weight?
Yeah, ramping. I mean, in matchups where lands matter. Yeah, Lens is really good. I mean, Lens let Minamura cast Teferi on turn 4 in the last game too.
I mean, I think it'll look very much like this Pro Tour actually.
Lens is good. It's just not better than charging a storage land if you have one. And you've seen Wafo-Tapa consistently make sure he can still charge his storage lands, which I think is like a testament to how powerful those lands are and how important they are to the deck, but in this matchup especially, or these matchups especially.
The aggro builds will get better. I mean, one of the things that happens whenever you add cards to a format is that, you know, all the decks get a little faster and a little tighter, and often that can help the aggro decks.
Yeah. We came off of the Signet era as well. That's true, Locke.
And Also,
Shadow Mage Infiltrator from Mitamura.
the level of
Signet
flexibility
stayed
control
good
decks is not
in Time Spiral Ravnica
replicated
standard.
to the lower
Lots of decks with signets in them.
Yeah, it's fair.
I mean, there's a lot
Absolutely
of
fair.
really tough decisions.
All right,
Although
gotta
I
kill
think
Shadow Mage
the
Infiltrator,
remix
makes
probably
sense.
satisfy the need
Fun
to
fact,
get
this is
into the red
barely
zone,
enough
hack,
lands
burn
to kill the
things,
Infiltrator, but it is enough
Tendrils kill Shadow Mage Infiltrator.
with the Urbook.
blow up lands, all the things people love doing.
But again, feels like he has to main phase things here because doesn't want to get his spells counted. Also, again, there's nothing that Mitamura can really
Maybe
do.
more than the White Lady.
There are
Interesting
2
part,
storage counters on that Dreadship Brief though, so 2, 3, 4, 6. If it's a land, actually could Brine Elemental here. Oh no, we can't. It's 10 mana. Sorry.
So sideboard
7 to
cards,
unmorph. You have to pay for it too.
Wall of Roots can sub-
There is an elemental in Minamura's hand. If he has a cancel, it's actually a very good spot to play a morph.
Sure.
can block a Griffin guy.
Doesn't have a cancel. Looks like it's careful consideration 2 lands. But plays a morph. Pass the turn.
First face down creature from
First face
Mitamura.
down. Okay, and here comes the first Wrath from Wafo-Tapa. What do we think?
Very reasonable to make
Oh,
your
a little
opponent
tight on his,
kill your creature here, but
Well, he got his careful consideration.
Not the best
countered.
ever.
Yeah. Not been able to develop his mana basis effectively. Yep, there's Damnation. One face down creature is good enough.
goodbye Brine Elemental. Oh my god, double teachings to Fairy Damnation? The hand's good. No lands though. Might want to teachings for a careful consideration.
Now it's time for face down creature and a Finkel.
I mean, and the thing about playing one creature out is if he could play one creature out, have Wafo-Tapa try to Wrath, and then he can defend it with a counterspell.
Right.
Then he
Oh,
gets to
interesting.
untap and unmorph.
Yep.
potentially a
Mitamura
Brine
has to play
Elemental.
careful consideration here. Again, both players do need to like, keep making land drops, so
He was holding Dismal Failure.
sometimes you have to tap out for careful consideration.
Did he have 6 mana or 7?
I thought he had
Kind of a shame you have to tap your storage land here if you're Mitamura. You would have liked to charge your Dreadship Brief, but a reasonable trade-off. Sorry, charge your second Dreadship Brief, but a reasonable trade-off given that, like, you do need to keep drawing cards and hitting your land drops. I guess if he had hit a land here... Oh, never mind. He's just tapping out. Okay, that's fine, too.
Careful consideration fetches up a Finkel. Mitamura has no real fear of tapping out.
Yeah, that's true. Randy did point out that it doesn't really matter if he taps out. Teferi can resolve. That's the scariest thing that can happen. And if Guillaume can't
There's
do
another
anything with the
damnation.
Teferi, doesn't really matter too much.
There's Totem. Builds up his mana. An Urza's Factory for Mitamura.
Yeah, it's funny how much we talked about Factory in the last matchup, and Factory just kind of doesn't come into play in this matchup. The way these decks operate is just so different from how the other mirror works that,
Oh, he
like,
can.
Oh, yeah.
Factory's
He played
good,
Totem also that
but
turn.
Right.
doesn't really,
Meanwhile, Guillaume
like,
just
ever
has
come
one
down to
face
Factory
down.
first Factory, because I think Guillaume's deck just goes so much bigger than Mitamura's does. Charge up some lands. Oh, he did make a token. Well, he took... Wait. Did he take... I think he just took counters off his storage line to make a 2/2. Is that right?
An Urza's Factory for
3,
Mitamura.
4, 5... 3, 4, 5, 6 lands. So Mitamura has 6 untapped mana sources right now. It costs 7, and you have to tap the factory to make a 2/2.
White power, can he or can he? No, he can.
Oh yeah, he played a Totem also that turn.
Right.
So Mitamura in his end step has decided to...
Meanwhile, Guillaume just came up with land number 4.
He's decided to make a 2/2? That seems kind of wild to me. Using your storage mana just to make a 2/2? And now Guillaume's going to respond by playing Teferi. Yeah.
There's the first factor.
Cost all your mana, including one of your lenses because you don't have a third blue.
Guillaume has Teferi.
Oh, that's interesting. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Guillaume actually can get Brine Elemental here. So it's a bit risky, but Mitamura would need a land for this to happen, and he would need a Bright Elemental. And I think we already saw one that died.
What just happened?
Looks like it was canceled.
Oh, Minamura played a Damnation to get rid of the Teferi.
Why does Minamura have Damnation? Wait, what? Wait, why does Minamura have Damnation in his deck? Wait, it's the only thing that kills Chronicler and Teferi? I guess. Like, Strike Elixir doesn't kill those creatures. He doesn't have sudden death. Seriously? That's very funny. Yeah. That's hilarious. He left Damnation.
And now it goes in with Phyrexian Negator Totem.
I mean, that's true. He might not have enough space. I mean, it did its job. It's actually pretty good there. Totem goes in.
Screen zone.
Very funny. Not the card I expected him to cast. Let's put it that way.
It's always scary when the control player has this few lands because you know their hand just has to be absolutely smoking hot.
And here's another Teferi. Wafo-Tapa can't have been too upset to get the first one wrapped away.
Guillaume really wanting to stick this to Fairy, huh?
Bit a little scared to tap out like that main phase, but
What's he gonna do? He's got like one card in his hand. Only got 6 mana total. He's got to take some chances. Just doesn't have the luxury of trying to play around Brian Elementals.
It's interesting what things Guillaume is like.
send in the totem.
It's really interesting what Guillaume is like thinking here. Again, like a player that's always thinking like, what's my best window to try and win? In games where he can afford to take his time, he takes his time. But in this spot where he's like already kind of mana screwed, just like
There's a morph.
resolving his spells for the sake of it. I assume that was draw spell into morph for Minamura because it sounds like he didn't have very many cards in his hand.
So
I can't see his graveyard though, so I'm not
he's got a
sure.
mystical teeth.
4, 5, 6. Looks like maybe Totem attacked. And then he played a
He
morph.
doesn't have a lot of mana.
Guillaume can kill the morph. He does have sudden death.
Did he just get his Urborg strip mined by Minamura?
Would prefer to do it now. Wait.
He did.
Oh, that actually matters. That's so funny.
Yeah, Orborg stripping Orborg. All of a sudden,
Wait, Guillaume has no black there. He actually can't cast sudden death now.
storage land
I
with
think he.
no counters
Oh
on
no,
it.
he can't. No, he doesn't have enough. Lens only makes 1 black here because he needs to filter 2 black. That's so funny.
Also
Which is
shut down
particularly rough because he's got sudden death in his hand. Which he can cast.
Sure.
Really?
But
His
what he really
5?
wants to do is,
Oh, he does have 5. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
What he really wants to do is direct.
Yeah. No, he can't. He can't kill them off. But it costs all your mana.
Yeah,
Just
I
make
mean,
him
what,
look pretty.
what Wafo-Tapa wants to do is use that mystical teachings to go get a tendrils and point it at that negator totem.
It is actually much safer for Minamura to attack after
But now
taking
he's
out
down
Urborg. He only has
overall,
1
and he doesn't
Urborg, by
have
the way.
black.
Yeah, that was
So he only has.
just,
He's a single one of that can actually do the strip
Really
mine thing
smart.
here
I mean, Minamura
and take out the
good
Urborg,
on
but
multiple levels.
that one's pretty good.
But Minamura doesn't have any black mana either.
well, he does have. It looks like he has a Dreadship Reef there that he can.
Yeah,
remove.
It is funny, yeah. He does have to actually make black mana now that the Urborg is gone. Yeah, I think we're kind of touching on it in chat, but like I do think it's interesting to think about what this tournament would have looked like if they played it again a week later.
Guess he's trying to decide now whether or not he wants to.
Probably a lot less white weenie and a lot more blue black and a lot better versions of the blue black deck. And I think still some like
store up those-
red and red green decks.
store up those counters for a big.
But then I wonder if you do it again
goes into it.
if white weenie comes back, because everyone cuts all their white weenie.
Just took all the counters off.
Yep. So has Stacy's Reef to cast
Phyrexian totem into
his
the red zone.
to
because he
animate his
uses
totem, but worthwhile because you do want to win.
Minamura also has a face down
Wait, how's-
creature and a healthy selection of lands. Guillaume Wafo-Tapa on the other side has a Teferi.
Wait, how is
which-
Teferi in play?
Counters. Remove a counter and activate.
Oh, he played it in
Well, he
response,
does
I
have-
think.
It looks like he has a dread chip.
Oh, no. Hang on. Let's go back. Teferi's just been in play, maybe? Oh, yeah. It resolved after this. Okay, so he just played it after the Saga thing, and then
Black.
Yeah, that was.
Minamura just sent the totem in anyway, like a unit.
He's now going to lose 3 permanents, which will all be lands.
And
Okay.
Minamura is deciding he doesn't care, charging up his lands.
It's a 1-1. Wafo-Tapa was
All right.
really good.
We're done skipping, sorry.
Completely missed that play. He threw away Teferi, basically for a random permanent.
Yeah. I kept thinking that.
Minamura, Wafo-Tapa shrinks the totem
Will
after.
Bender.
Oh! Willbender!
Your Wafo-Tapa was really good. Completely missed that play.
There you go.
He would have lost it to Teferi for no gain.
Oh.
This way he
That's clever. So what they're talking about here is that, so Minamura, Wafo-Tapa blocked his Teferi. Teferi blocked his totem, made him sacrifice 3 lands, and then sudden deathed it after combat because of the Willbender, which Willbender redirected the spell to itself. Because again, even though it has split second, you can unmorph as a response. He would have actually lost his Teferi if he tried to fire it off sooner and save his Teferi. So Wafo-Tapa making the right play
get the
of
Willbender off.
hedging against the potential Willbender, which is here after sideboard potentially. It's not here in the main deck.
Disenchant.
Trying to kill the totem off still, obviously, because it's very good. Finds the disenchant. And looking like a sweep.
Totally saw all these scenarios coming. And it's like,
Brings in the disenchant too for the totems. Generally decent in these matchups. It's like kind of like a removal spell, like a land destruction spell, because you can take out artifact mana, lenses, and totems. Obviously, totem is particularly good in this matchup.
seems like that happens every turn. I guess he decided smart board.
Wafo-Tapa is like still fighting for his life, by the way. His mana base is looking sussy, but these prismatic lenses are doing so much work.
And you really start to see the morph mechanic, right? You don't know what that is. Could be
There's a discussion in chat about splashing and double splashing in these decks, by the way. I think we're seeing how good Prismatic Lens is. Prismatic Lens also very good at casting yourself for elementals, so the mana's not as bad as it looks. In fact, the mana is shockingly good for how bad the mana in this block constructed format is.
We should have a little play-at-home game where a little poll pops up and people can say what.
But Minamura has a massive lands advantage. But it's hard. Like, Triskelvis kills most of the creatures that Minamura can play. It blocks them pretty profitably too. It also just like attacks you, which is somewhat problematic. What is that? A Willbender. Another Willbender.
Unmorphed Brine Elemental passes the turn.
Ooh.
know what that is.
How did
He's really good.
disenchant? So then he plays a morph. Wait, how did he play a morph?
Like, wow.
Why are all these? Oh, plays him off. Okay, plays him off there. Wafo-Tapa for Triskelvis, and this might be one of the few play mistakes Wafo-Tapa has made. Gets himself Brine Elementaled. And you cannot respond to the unmorph by shooting the Brine Elemental. So the morph's only a 2/2. So you could remove some counters. You don't have enough mana either, to be fair. But if you had 2 mana, you could potentially remove it and shoot the morph. But you can't shoot the morph in response to it unmorphing. And Brine Elemental magically has 4 toughness, which is the exact amount needed to dodge the little Triskelevites. So if Minamura has a shapeshifter here,
I mean, obviously, if he top decks
I think we're going to play game 4.
his hand seems to have a will bender and a cancel.
Okay, Willbender and cancel in the hand. That is not Pacific Shapeshifter. There's some level of calculated risk here, I suppose, by Wafo-Tapa. But it looks terrifying to have Brine Elemental unmorphed against you. To be fair, by the way, Minamura does have one more draw step to draw a.
He can still tutor for careful consideration. Or
Oh, it's funny. BDM's talking about
he's got
playing teachings in this deck.
removal spells, and he's got the snapback. I don't know if it would. I don't know if
I
it
think
would
with a
prefer
cancel in hand, it is worth
that.
committing Willbender to the board because it will also protect
Maybe sort of blend the
your
There's really a bunch of ways
morph,
You can
blend
also
the deck a little
go.
further.
You can also
and
go
you're not
on
really worried
which
about damnation.
essentially means play the mono
Also, because
too.
Wafo-Tapa doesn't have any black mana, so it's actually pretty hard for him to cast
Does he
damnation
have, the
right now.
Financier's main deck? I know he had them. I don't know if he had them main. I think they might have been in his sideboard.
I believe he had Willbender's main. Fathom Sears in the board. I know he had Willbender's main, which is a lot of fun.
All right, I'm going to speed up a little. Midamura playing a little slow. Apologies for the skipping, but we are going to have to get through this. I do have other things to get to. I apologize.
Counters on his lands.
Oh, Wafo-Tapa got to untap. Okay, we're back to where we were. Wafo-Tapa untapped safely. Did not get Vesuvian shapeshifted. Careful consideration. There is a shapeshifter in there.
Oh, well, drew the pieces he needs. He's going to pitch 2 Shadow Mage Infiltrators.
Terrifying. Definitely don't want to play your shapeshifter here. Want to leave up cancel. Shapeshifter also can't get shot by other Triskelevites.
The turn?
Yeah, he has the backup Baron Elemental too, which is kind of good because he does need to make Midamura, like, it does need to make Wafo-Tapa commit mana. Baron Elemental is a lot less good.
Now, is there a shapeshifter in his yard?
Hello, turn him sideways. Yes, I will be there shortly.
Thinking about extra paint?
I apologize for the delay.
There's Mystical Teachings. Now, extirpate is split second, so Midamura needs to fight the Mystical Teachings.
Oh, he's right about getting extirpated here?
That's what he's thinking. I'm not sure if there's a shapeshifter in the yard or not.
Think so.
Heads up play.
Midamura.
Oh, well, I think that's what...
Also, Guillaume did it in a way that he wasn't exposed to shapeshifter.
Okay. Mystical Teachings for sudden death. Sudden death, the Brine Elemental.
Yep.
Down goes Brine Elemental.
When did this morph get played? Is this on the stack?
No shapeshifters in the yard. Okay.
Oh, no shapeshifters in the yard. Interesting. So extirpate doesn't matter there. Is he going to respond to the morph? Morph?
Well, there's the face down creature.
It's probably the Willbender, I would assume.
I think it's actually a second Brine Elemental. I think that's the best thing to put in play.
Going to Mystical Teachings as a response.
Which is kind of a sick bluff if it's a Brine Elemental. So teaching, sudden death.
Face down creature
Yeah.
resolves, and it's another Brine Elemental. Wow.
Very well played by Midamura. So it's funny, the commentator saw it as Willbender, which would help protect you from sudden death. So Wafo-Tapa is responding with the morph on the stack so that it can't get redirected to the Willbender.
That couldn't have worked out better for...
And you just happen to have enough storage mana to unmorph a Brine Elemental. GG. Shapeshifter in play. The lock has been assembled. Just Gallivis is causing some problems, but Wafo-Tapa doesn't get to untap for the rest of the game.
Wow.
Deal with that.
And eventually Triskelvis will die, I assume.
2/5-4s this turn.
It's true.
Wait, how did Wafo-Tapa get to untap? What is going on?
Another option.
Here's counter magic.
Wait, how did he untap?
Nope, he's not gonna well bend. He's gonna sit back on his draining well. Here's counter magic.
Wait, why does he untap there? What?
Up again, and
Probably just scoot.
So he's locked. Shapeshifter is right here on the board. Doesn't untap, obviously.
Now, if he can find another shapeshifter, he can
Land
stack
pause.
up untaps.
okay.
You skip your next untap under the wording of Brine Elemental.
Wow, Willbender and Draining Well in Midamura's hand. Seems like it's just a matter of time here. Pretty much got him locked.
check at the end of that path. You know, I would probably just scoop here, but you know, if there's some way to find a way out for Wafo-Tapa, there's a $40,000 check at the end of that path.
It looks like it. It looks like Minimura did decide to let him untap, which I don't understand why.
He's making Triskelevites. He is. What does that do?
Well, if Shapeshifter's on the stack.
Oh, Shapeshifter on the stack.
Yep. So if he wants to flip it down now, it has 2 damage on it.
Oh.
Nice.
Wafo-Tapa is so good at Magic.
Wow.
That is such an insane play to find. Played an untapped land, which he can only tap for mana because he has an Urborg in play. Removes 2 counters, pings the Vesuvian Shapeshifter with the trigger on the stack for you to let it flip back down, forces Minimura to leave it unflipped.
That's a pretty good technology.
And if Minimura doesn't have another morph, another Shapeshifter, he gets out.
Turn it back into a Brine Elemental, so 6/6 before, 6/6 after, but if it's got 2 points of damage on
That's
it, that brief
so
second
sick
while it stays down,
from Wafo-Tapa.
it would indeed die to state-based effects, so...
5-4, by the way.
Sorry, 5/4.
This Triskelevis has been incredible, by the way.
Yeah.
All right, what happens? What happens? What happens? So we flip it back down. So now Wafo-Tapa can't tap his lands again. In we go. And the Triskelevis is really small now. So this actually matters, because now Triskelevis, which was keeping the attackers at bay, can't actually keep the attackers at bay. So even though Wafo-Tapa found a way out,
Wafo-Tapa has just made some amazing plays this game.
he like
I mean, I'm pretty sure he's gonna lose
still dying to the Bright Element. Still dying to the creatures.
8 years ago, but
Yeah, takes 1 million damage. Yeah, dead. Okay. That was insane! What a sick play. I'd forgotten about that one. Alright. We gotta go. We gotta get chugging, people. Alright, many lands in play. Shadow Mage Infiltrator. Play lands. Damnation. We've seen this before. Wafo-Tapa has land drops, by the way, which is bad news for Minimura fans.
Feels obliged to react to every one of them. Play the
Suspend Chronicler for 2 or 3, I think. I think 2.
last answers include a damnation
3, 4,
and
5, 6. Yeah, looks like 2.
Extra.
And there with the careful consideration.
Yeah.
First morph was a Willbender, got killed by Tendrils.
Seems like he needs to pick a plan.
Second morph is
There's damnation.
Vesuvian Shapeshifter.
Shapeshifter first trouble. Now something he can. Guillaume does indeed decline.
Again, so interesting that Minimura has decided that he wants to play this way, but I feel like it's kind of playing into Wafo-Tapa's hands. Oh, I know exactly what happens here. Game's over. So Minimura decides that he wants to try and prevent the Chronicler from coming off suspend by resolving Teferi, which does stop the creature from coming in. And, you know, it's a good threat to present. If it lives, your chances of winning these mirrors go up by quite a lot. Unfortunately, Wafo-Tapa has the Draining Welk.
From Guillaume
Wafo-Tapa. And now he has a 6/6.
That's pretty big.
Well, 2 pretty big guys.
That's a 6/6 flyer.
And Chronicler comes back. And we start attacking. And I'm pretty sure Guillaume Wafo-Tapa has enough mana left to play the cancel in his hand. And he has 2 copies of Teachings.
Is that cancel mana left for Guillaume? This game could be over in a hurry. This is how he took game 4 from Herberholtz. Just got off a quick giant Draining Welk, was able to defend it.
Yep. It's funny that it's cool that it's actually parallel. I forgot about that. But Wafo-Tapa once again with the Draining Welk from the top rope.
With careful consideration.
Seems to be the end.
Sure.
Yeah, Minimura's digging for answers.
Yep, dig, dig, dig.
He's got enough mana left to deal with that Welk.
He does not.
The Damnations are in the sideboard. I don't know how many ways Minimura has that he can even potentially kill a Draining Welk.
That's actually true. We've talked about Chronicler being too big for Minimura's kill spells. And Chronicler way bigger.
He does not have a whole lot of time. Smash.
Getting attacked for 12 or so?
11? I mean,
that was close.
Minimura's dead next turn. Yep.
He's cancel, right?
Wafo-Tapa leads this match 2-1. He is 1 attack phase away from becoming the Pro Tour Yokohama champion. $40,000.
Oh, he is.
Pro points.
I think he can. Hey, let's count. Let's count because it looks like the game is about to end. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is 9 mana, I think. There are 2 counters on this. Cancel is 3, 6 left. Okay, so we can't quite cancel and still teachings for cancel. But
A ticket straight near the top of the Player of the Year race.
I don't think Midway's got a lot left here. And he's gonna die to the next attack.
You know, Kenji did. Mike Brown might be
Oh.
the leader.
Wafo-Tapa hadn't played a land yet. He has cancel in his hand, he has teachings in his hand. Minamura has to kill both of these creatures because they're both big enough to kill him. Versus 2 cancels. That is how many Wafo-Tapa has access to. 2 cancels.
Might be Guillaume.
Because he can play one, he can teach one. He has exactly enough mana to do both.
Mike Guillaume had coming into this event.
Does Minamura have an answer to a giant flying draining whelk?
Spoiler alert.
It's not a very confident looking face.
Also, like, Minamura doesn't have any removal spells, as they're talking about. Like, I don't even know what he does. He has to, like, find a Brine Elemental, I think.
Right.
And I don't even know if he can play an Unmorph one this turn.
Guillaume Wafo-Tapa has just played some outstanding magic all weekend long.
Very true.
Great deck builder, great deck pilot.
Very true.
Seems like a very worthy Pro Tour champion.
So true, Randy. Also, Brine Elemental doesn't even, like,
A very likely
win. It just, like, prevents you from dying for a turn. Hey, there's one. I think he's not even going to bother canceling it because he can't flip it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, he's 1 off from flipping a Brine Elemental
Not
here.
really.
Well, he can't.
It could be Brine Elemental. Is there enough mana?
There are 1, 2, 3, 4.
BDM counting for me.
On the storage land.
Yeah,
2 counters. It looks
not
like.
enough.
So that's not enough.
You just
Two
cast
counters?
teachings
Not
here.
enough. Minamura already played a
You should
lot.
just teachings for a sudden death here.
Pretty sure.
There's 2 teachings in his hand, I'm pretty sure, as well. So it's even worse, actually.
Yep. Guillaume did the same math we did. Right? It's not no way for him to do a Rhino Elemental off that mana. I think you say okay.
Little does he know about the Simian Spirit Guides. Guillaume thinks carefully. This is a $40,000 decision.
It's a pretty reasonable heuristic, Profane. Alright. What are you getting, buddy?
He's got mystical teachings.
Oh, he does cast cancel. No. Teachings.
He's got mystical teachings.
Oh, teachings, draining whelk,
And has he got cancel mana left?
cancel.
Yes, he does. There's the
GG!
hand. Guillaume Wafo-Tapa is your Pro Tour Yokohama champion. Hats off to him. Built a great deck, brought the Mystical Teachings package full of one-offs, piloted it flawlessly from what I could see. Just played some spectacular magic. Wow.
Even the game he lost, he gave
Yeah, he
himself
made
every
multiple
chance.
plays.
There you go. And that's how Guillaume Wafo-Tapa became the champion of Pro Tour Yokohama 2007. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. This was a treat. I would love to do this again for other games, whether it's old or new. If you like this kind of thing, let me know, either on YouTube community or here in the stream. I have to go, though. I have other things to do. But thank you so much for joining me for this one. I'm glad I could finally bring the people what they want, which was echoey audio for an hour and then some analysis of the games everybody wanted to see more of. Again, if you want to pass this on to your friends, you can. This whole live stream should be available right after this, and I will edit it down into a video for people that prefer the slightly more condensed experience. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. Thank you so much for coming on in. Great time. YouTube is a live streaming platform, and I'm glad to have used it. I gotta go. Thank you so much, everyone. I'll see you later. Bye.